7th City Council General Session. The time is now 7:05. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Bowles.
Present.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas.
Here.
Mayor Big Stick.
Present.
And Mayor, may I just make a note about tonight's meeting format since it's a little bit different than past meetings?
Please do. We have new technology we need to speak upon, I think.
For tonight's council meeting, in addition to being observing and participating in the meeting in person, members of the public can observe and participate by watching on Comcast Channel 26 or on live stream at www.cityofpacifica.org/livestream, or join by the Zoom webinar link that's provided in the agenda. There's also a call-in option for the Zoom, and that's provided in the agenda as well. The call-in number for this Zoom is 1-669-900-6833, and then enter webinar ID 811-5615-8241, and that number will be displayed on screen when the mayor calls for public comment on agenda items. To raise your hand using Zoom, if you're dialing in, press *9, that will raise your hand. And to unmute once you're called upon, press *6 if you're dialing in, and that will unmute you on Zoom once you're called.
Thank you very much. If you are new to our meetings, it's a good idea to place a parking pass on your windshield so you don't get ticketed. You'll find parking passes at the base of the stairs on the door. Just grab one, stick it in your windshield, you're good to go. And I will now read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. If we can have a salute led by Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. City Attorney, do we have a closed session report?
No reportable action.
Thank you very much. That brings us to our special presentation of the night, a proclamation for Beth Phipps' retirement. Whereas Beth Phipps is retiring from a distinguished public service career with the City of Pacifica, serving for the past more than 23 years in multiple roles, including Recreation Supervisor within the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Department, and whereas Beth Phipps started out in the Aquatics Division and held several positions at the pool, Beth was instrumental in the coordination and implementation of much of the PB&R aquatic programming, including the department's adaptive swimming program. And whereas Beth Phipps was then promoted to Recreation Assistant Supervisor in 2018, during that time she also filled vacancies by serving as an acting Recreation Supervisor along the way. In June of 2021, Beth was appointed to Acting Food and Senior Services Supervisor and was officially promoted to the permanent position in February 2022. And whereas Beth Phipps has played an instrumental role in providing recreational enrichment to so many Pacificans, both younger and older, throughout her distinguished career with the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Department. And whereas Beth Phipps has provided the City of Pacifica with continued stability, leadership, and professionalism. Beth has set a high bar for customer service and dedication to the community in which we serve. Now, therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby pay tribute to Beth Phipps and thank her for her continuous commitment to our community done this 27th day of March, 2023.
I just want to thank all of the city. I started my career in 2000, so it's really easy to remember how many years I've been here. And I remember it was Vicki Russo who talked me into taking my lifeguarding course. And I used to always say that I was the only employee that I knew that never was interviewed. But I think I was, because Vicki asked me one very difficult question: do you want a job? And I started out teaching water aerobics, which I had never taken nor taught before. And so I was scared to death, but I taught it for 13 years. And then an opportunity came to become full-time with the city. And the opportunities that have been awarded me throughout my tenure with Pacifica have been great. I have learned a lot of different skills. You would never know it, but when I started out, I was shy and would not want to talk in front of anybody, nor to anybody sometimes. But I've been given the opportunity to go to seminars, to go to other trainings that have allowed me to become better at everything that I do and can take skills into the rest of my life. I've learned leadership skills, I've learned organizational skills, and let me tell you, I've needed them. And just how to communicate better with people, and knowing that communication is the one skill that will get you through life more than any other skill. Nothing will hurt a division or a department worse than people that don't communicate what's needed. So I thank the City of Pacifica for giving me life lessons that I can take forward. And I will miss everybody here. I probably won't be gone forever. I'll come back and volunteer probably. So anyways, thank you.
Councilmember Beer.
Beth, I am going to miss you so much. So I was thinking about you, and I really first got to know you when I was dragging all of that stuff in those little baskets into the Park and Rec department to have meetings in that little room. And you were so nice to me, and I watched how good you are at your job. And over the years, I think with employees like you, we just take them for granted because you're so good at your job that we don't notice things because you're so good at what you do. So everything runs so smoothly. And I've appreciated your friendship and your encouragement. You have encouraged me over and over again. And I thank you for all of your service to our city. And I'm going to miss you. And don't say that you're going to volunteer, because I already have 2 spots open if you'd like.
Councilmember Vaterlas.
I will miss your bubbling personality. You're always here, there, all around, smiling, happy all the time. Never have seen you angry at all. And I think all the people in the senior center will really miss you too, because they're used to seeing your bubbly personality also. And, I never say this to people, but enjoy your time of retirement too, because I must be thinking about it too, because I really could see people enjoying their time afterwards. So enjoy it.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Beth, I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss your calm countenance. No matter what is going on, you are calm. Whatever's going on inside, I don't know, because you are calm. And giving instructions, I mean, I don't know, where I've been doing things where I needed instructions a lot. And, you know, when we were serving for the luncheon, you have it all worked out and planned. When we worked on Junior Olympics, that's going on. We've had so many different elements of PB&R that you've been involved with every single one of them. And you just brought that continuous learning, as you were saying, but you brought it, you just next leveled every single time. So I really want to commend you on helping staff through the entire pandemic with senior services and all that that took, and having to be, okay, now we are serving food outside and grab and go lunches. Now we're doing this, and just being able to calmly look at what's in front of us and make a good decision and lead. So thank you.
I haven't gotten to know you, so I'm sad that my tenure is coming as yours is ending. But I'm struck by what you said, that you were shy and didn't really want to talk to people, because what I hear is just the opposite of someone who jumps in and is a social, kind person, and making sure that other people are taken care of. And so just thank you, and do enjoy your retirement, and find some volunteer work that's fun for you, that's not work. Yeah, thanks.
Up to your last moments, you are inspiring, and you are helping us to become a stronger community. And counter to what Councilmember Beckmeyer said, I see the expressions on your face as I'm reading the proclamation, and as you're listening to council, and as you're comporting yourself, thinking about your time with the city. And I see, just by a quick glance, how much you have adored your time here, and how meaningful it apparently has been to you. And it has been. Over 23 years, you've touched many lives and helped our community substantially. Thank you so much for the time you've spent with us, and congratulations. And we know that however you serve the coming time, it's going to be wonderful for you, first and foremost. Thank you. Do we have any members of the public who would like to speak? Okay. I'm going to come and bring this to you.
We
we
have
have
one
calls.
caller who wants to speak. It's the caller with the name C. Abbott.
I can guess who this may be. Ms. Abbott, would you be so kind?
Hello, everyone. Yes, it's Cindy Abbott. And I just wanted to reiterate what was in that proclamation: stability, leadership, and professionalism. That really is Beth. But she does it with that positive attitude and just so much full of fun. Somehow we missed her storytelling times as Mrs. Claus and Halloween events and all of the special things that she did during the pandemic. And she also stepped into some really big shoes from other people who have been in roles before her. And she did it at a time of the pandemic, as well as in that difficult move of City Hall folks moving into the community center. And I watched her in Seniors in Action meetings and communicating with our elders who meet there regularly. And she just did it with such grace to listen to them, to support them, and to develop such a wonderful rapport. So I know everybody is going to miss her as the current chair of the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission. I'm going to miss her, but just wish her all the best and look forward to seeing you around the community center, because I do know you're not going to stay away. Thank you so much, Beth.
Thank you, Cindy. Do we have any other callers? Last chance for anyone in the audience. I I think the council would like to take a picture with you, if that's all right with you. Okay. I do have a quick question about our new technology before I continue. As I noticed that now we're implementing a Zoom technology. I know that during COVID times we would keep the camera off to keep it an even playing field, but here in person we're able to see people's faces. And I did see that I could see the Zoom box on the screen. Are we able to turn their camera on while they speak, or are we not able to do that?
Yeah, the best practice in the remote participation for public comment is for it just to be verbal and not with video.
Okay.
We'll use reserve video for when there's presenters or consultants consulting on an item, or appeals where there's that kind of presentation, which is exactly how we did it during fully virtual during COVID as well.
Okay, I'll look forward to learning more about the technology as we go along. This brings us to the consent calendar. Do any council members have an item they'd like to pull from consent? Okay, seeing no one, is any member of the public wish to speak on a consent item? Be so kind as to fill out one of those yellow cards in the back. If so, and bring it up, we'll be happy to call on you. That's for consent and any other item on the agenda. Not seeing anyone yet. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to call on Councilmember Bowles in a moment. Emily, do we have anybody who has a hand raised? Okay. I'm going to, before closing public comment, Christine, did you have an item you wanted to pull, or?
I don't need to pull it, I wanted to
Okay, so I'll
ask a question.
call you after public comment. No problem. Okay, so I'm not seeing any public comment, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Bowles.
I just have a small correction to the minutes on packet page 9 at the bottom. This is about my conversation with Josh Beggar, and it is recorded saying they are making sure CEQA review deals with hazards, and they are not. I encourage them to make sure CEQA review dealt with the hazards. This is in regards to SB 4. And then I had a question on item 5. This is part of the road work that's being done. The base of Monterey Road is being completely repaved, not just a Surrey steel. But it is not listed on item 5 as any concrete work being done, and there's, I sent a couple of pictures to city manager today. There's a big chunk of sidewalk that's dropped, and that's the only sidewalk where you can get down the hill because there isn't one on the other side. And I'm just wondering if that little thing can be added.
Thank you for that, and Public Works Director Peterson is here as well to speak to this. The contract has contingency that, depending on how the costs play out, could be applied to additional concrete work, but without opening up and revising the scope of the contract and then bringing this back to council. We can't guarantee that that work would be done, but we can certainly look at it if it can fit into the contingency. And we don't know what other sorts of contingencies may arise during the project. That's how I'll summarize it and then turn it over to Director Peterson.
Thank you, Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. So luckily we have a very foresightful engineering team, and they actually put an item in the contract for miscellaneous contract improvements that is actually a revocable item. So if we don't use it, we can just pull it out. But if we need it to do additional work that's out there, such as the things that were just mentioned by Councilmember Bowles, we'll take a look at that, plus other things that come up, and then that is something that could be used towards that work.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the consent calendar with the modification to the minutes.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
This is you.
And that passes unanimously with the motion made by Councilmember Bowles and seconded by Councilmember Beckmeyer, with the minutes as amended as stated by Councilmember Bowles.
Thank you very much. This brings us to public comment. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issues that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during this time, provided, however, that only items not on the agenda for that meeting may be addressed. Please address your remarks to the council as a body and not to any particular member thereof. And we will not enter into debate with speakers under public comments on items not on the posted agenda. We really can't engage in dialogue with you, so if you ask a question, we're not going to immediately respond to it. In some instances, we do make clarifying statements after the public comment period is over. A maximum time of 3 minutes will be allowed for any speaker. Please adhere to the time limit and be nice about it, be orderly. Otherwise, there's other legal things that come into play that we're trying to avoid. And with that being said, I don't have any yellow cards yet for anyone who wants to make a general comment. You're welcome to come up if you'd like. And do we have anybody on the line? Emily?
We have 2 raised hands. The first hand is from Suzanne Moore.
Suzanne Moore, go ahead.
Suzanne Moore from the Manor District. Pacifica Housing for All has recently been asked about our recommendations on displacement. Displacement is that process in which residents relocate due to costs, loss of leases or evictions, or physical inhabitability. Pacificans are struggling. Pacifica's rents have increased 69% since 2009, while wages stagnated. COVID's economic downturn has made things worse. Our schools have been unable to retain staff. Our unhoused neighbors report increased housing costs as a major reason for precipitating their homelessness. Our core agencies report a record number of Pacificans seeking housing assistance, and our county legal aid reports record number of evictions as compared to pre-COVID numbers. We know that 12% of Pacificans are extremely low income, earning about $25,500 annually. 31% of all households in Pacifica are cost-burdened or severely cost-burdened, spending a third to a half of their income on housing and are thereby at greater risk for losing their housing. About 11% of female-headed households with children fall below the poverty line. Pacifica Housing for All makes recommendations based on input from the Association of Bay Area Governments, the Housing Leadership Council, San Mateo County Anti-Displacement Committee, and San Mateo County Legal Aid. ABAG lists protection against displacement as one of 3 necessary tools to confront the Bay Area housing crisis. Our county legal aid identifies 2 loopholes in our State Tenant Protection Act used to evict without cause: the first 12-month period of tenancy in which tenants can be evicted without cause, and the eviction for substantial renovation. Many California communities have successfully adopted ordinances to close these loopholes. A just cause ordinance from first day of tenancy will protect against an eviction without cause, but tenants could still be evicted with cause. A substantial renovation ordinance requires landlords to pull permits for intended renovations prior to eviction, and this reduces unscrupulous landlords from evictions without renovations. A 3-month relocation benefit to tenants for eviction without cause provides some financial support for an unplanned move. A short-term rental ordinance protects loss of housing stock to conversion for recreational housing. Pacifica's draft housing element identifies Pacifica's rental market as constrained, an outlier compared to other regional communities for rental cost, low rental vacancy rate, and high numbers of housing restricted for recreational use. Pacifica can, by adopting these ordinances, take immediate steps to stabilize housing till our long-term goal of housing protection at all income levels is achieved. If our housing element includes these commitments, we prove to our community our intention to protect our most vulnerable from displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Well said, Seth.
Emily, who else did we have on the line?
We have three callers now in the queue. The next one is Samuel Casillas.
Mr. Sam Casillas, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, City Council and staff. I just wanted to comment that during the group study session discussing the housing element last week, I was concerned with a few issues. First, there was a lack of analysis of tax revenue decline by changing commercial properties into residential. During the joint meeting last week, there was a discussion on potentially losing the bowling alley in order to build approximately 250-60 housing units on the 9-acre lot with the Seabowl and Pacific Brewery, which are currently in business. Not once was it brought up that the city would be losing a significant amount of tax revenue from these two businesses, along with two businesses that are unique entertainment restaurant areas that actually bring in thousands of out-of-town visitors, which the city is in dire need of to produce tax revenues. There's also a high likelihood of not being able to build on highly hazardous areas. Locations like the proposed development in Lindemar, known as Lindemar Woods, is a high fire zone area and should not be considered. The city is setting itself up for more litigation where there is a high likelihood the developer will lose, just like they did on the Vistamar project when the city failed to consider landslide hazards. Obviously, once the LCLUP is approved, areas like the quarry and the Pedro Point field cannot be considered for housing due to its flooding hazard potential and sea level rise issues. The city also needs to consider and maximize locations that are already developed that can handle additional development. All the strip malls in Pacifica are relics of the 50s and some are poorly utilized. Just look at Park Pacifica Mall. The strip mall owners need to be incentivized to rebuild these properties to add housing above that would be affordable. These locations are already built on, so the environmental damage would be minimal or non-existent, and EIRs would be minimal. We also need to calculate overall how much of the new housing would be affordable and focus on those housing needs. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
The first one is 7709.
Caller with phone number 7709, please press *6 to unmute. Give it a moment to unmute you, and we'll let you know when you have a minute left on the clock. Please state your full name for the record at the start of your comment.
Hello, this is Margot Myman, and I am calling to ask the City Council to make it easier for people to go solar in Pacifica by adopting a city program called Solar App Plus. You may know one of the biggest obstacles to solar growth is the cost and time it takes to get a permit to install solar panels. Permits are good because they ensure safety, but the permitting process can take a long time. And this can be a deterrent for people who want to install solar. So I'm calling to remind the city that it does need to comply with the Solar Access Act, which is number SB 379, to streamline the process for issuing permits for rooftop solar and batteries. The good news is that there's an app that's available to help cities comply, and there's funding also available to cities to access the app. The U.S. Department of Energy has worked with the nation's leading building safety organizations to develop software that automates the process for issuing permits for common rooftop solar systems and batteries. The software, which is called Solar App Plus, is free for all permitting offices and easy to use. By adopting Solar App Plus or an equivalent permitting system, local residents, community organizations, and businesses can install solar faster and at a lower cost. The California Energy Commission is providing grant funding for municipalities to cover the work hours that are required to adopt Solar App Plus. But if the city is to take advantage of that funding, it needs to apply for it. And there's no time to waste because it's possible that the funding could run out. I believe that the deadline to apply is May 1st. So Pacifica does need to be in compliance with SB 379 by September 2024. So I will follow up with an email that includes more information, but please do move quickly to take advantage of grant funding to make it easier to comply with SB 379 to streamline the permitting process for installing solar panels and solar batteries. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. Who is our next caller, please?
Our last caller is a phone number ending in 0460.
Caller with phone number ending 0460, please press *6 to unmute. Give it a moment. State your full name at the beginning of your comment. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left.
Hi, my name is Nancy Tierney. I live in the Manor District, and I'm calling about the same item that Margot just spoke to you about. And I'll add a couple of comments. Understand that one of the reasons to pursue this grant is that with the recent decision by the CPUC, the Utility Commission adopted net energy metering. It's called NEM 3.0, which allows utilities like PG&E to tax rooftop solar shared with the grid, weakening the financial incentive to invest in rooftop solar. So as Margot said, one area we can cut costs is by streamlining the permitting process. Yes, the deadline is May 1st for the grant application. Understand that not a lot of cities have applied so far, but all those that have gotten the grant, and it's up to $40,000. So just know that, keep that date in mind, May 1st, and it is first come, first serve. And one resource that I don't think Margot mentioned is the Solar Rights Alliance. They are a great resource that can provide the city staff with direction on the topic and the grant application. So thanks for your time and consideration as we work together to expand renewable energy use in Pacifica.
Thank you, Nancy.
There are no other raised hands.
Thank you, Emily. Anybody in the audience wishes to speak at this time? Then I will close public comment and bring it back to council for council communications. Can I have some lights, please? Councilmember Vaterlaus.
Okay. I went on a Civic Center tour. It was interesting because it had been raining and it was muddy, but it's amazing to see the progress that they've gotten done, because if you pass on the outside, you think they've done nothing when really they've done a lot. I had FogFest general meeting. I went to a building trades event, which was nice because it was almost all elected officials there. And the communication with other electeds is really important. I went on a beach tour with Mark Berman and Josh Becker and a lot of their staff so that they could be, and some of our great staff, so that they could be informed about what's really happening in Pacifica with our cliffs and with the seawall. I met with a San Mateo County Chamber member regarding grants for people who kept employees during the pandemic. And that's a really important thing for our local businesses. And once I get the full information, I'll get that sent out on Connect with Pacifica. We all went to the Joint Council planning on the housing element last week. I attended a California Public Utilities Commission meeting on low carbon future, followed by a Cal Cities meeting on after the housing element and what's next. I met with a group of constituents the other day to talk about what's going on too. That's actually common. Went to the Council of Cities in Brisbane, and believe it or not, I'm still on the COVID Recovery Council. We're taking the name COVID off, but we're still continuing to meet. It's a lot of different groups of people. I'm the only elected on the committee. It's a San Mateo County committee. And we did talk about adding other elected people onto that committee. It has a lot to do with housing, childcare, and other services, food services, shelter network, et cetera. It's a very important committee. And I'd like to thank everyone involved in the wall and many trees down on Saturday. It was a huge event. And watching everybody come together to get the job done was pretty amazing. And I want to thank everyone involved. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Bowles.
I attended the Pacific Beach Coalition meeting, and just want to remind everybody they're having a big celebration for Earth Day on the 22nd with cleanups at all the beaches at 9 o'clock, a VIP tour that I know Ray Mueller is coming for, that Lynn is leading, and I'll be at, and I think the rest of you are out of town, unfortunately. And then a celebration at 10:30 at Lindemar Beach. Attended the emergency preparedness meeting, and Captain Clements gave a great presentation on tsunamis and earthquakes, and I believe he led a class this last week. This is tsunami tsunami awareness week, I guess. And just one of the things I learned is that tsunamis come in multiples sometimes, so don't wait for the first wave and then go down to see the second one because people have drowned. We get a lot of looky-loos at our ocean. I want to thank Mary for telling me about the Civic Well group and the conference I was at in Monterey for 4 days last week. It's a really great organization that works with governments all over the state on issues of community design and housing, climate, water, electrification, grid reliance. We learned some of the new technology that's coming on offshore wind and new battery technology and even virtual power plants where the Sacramento Utility District is looking at an app where sometimes if the grid is running low, right, with people running their air conditioners and so forth, that people can then plug in their cars and feed energy back into the grid. So anyway, there's lots of ways that the state is working on reliance issues. And then we got to tour a floodplain restoration project, which was really inspirational at the Carmel River that had been diked and blocked from the ocean, and it was causing a lot of flooding in the neighborhoods. And actually, the Big Sur Land Trust has been working on this since 2010. So purchasing the land, they've closed a golf course and are taking over farmland to create new paths for the river to go when it floods, and restoring native habitat, and actually also working, this is kind of an inspiration for the quarry, or working with the Native American community, who's very supportive of this particular project. They've done a lot of outreach to them. But what I learned is that Native Americans, when you're doing a major land change, it's actually a grieving process for them. And so there'll actually be a ceremony where they come to do that. So anyway, great connections. And some of the exciting things that I learned about membership with them that I've shared with Kevin is that they have a fellows program for putting interns in city government. So these are people that are trained in city planning issues and environmental science issues. For $31,000, we can get a college graduate for 11 months. For things like working on our CAP, working on our zoning code updates, so forth. So anyway, the application is due April 21st. So I think that's something that we might want to consider. Tiger and I met with Kate, the director of HIP Housing, over Zoom before the housing element meeting, just to kind of learn from them what they're looking for to do affordable projects, housing projects in Pacifica. And then just to share, they have a great home share program for anyone who's looking for a room to rent or someone who's looking for a potential share of an empty room in their house. So they have a website for this. It's called the Home Share Program, and they actually have a lot more openings than are on their website. So please use that. I attended the Peninsula Clean Energy meeting. And on Friday, I got to go judge some of the Oceana High School senior projects, which was really fun. And one of them was a young man who, his question was, should single-family zoning be eliminated? It was really fascinating and good timing. I attended the Lions Police and Fire Awards. Want to shout out to Shirley Gibbs and our Lions for helping to support that. And congratulate our officer, Natalie Walsh, who won a service award as part of that event. And then I've had a couple of meetings with the Pacifica Climate Committee, just getting ready to talk about our climate action plan.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Beer.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. All right, let's see. So I attended the City and County Association of Governments, CCAG, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and I had the pleasure of being there when we were reviewing and recommending approval to amend OBEG 2 program funds to reallocate $1 million for the City of Pacifica's Sharp Park Priority Development Area Pedestrian Improvement Project. I say that because there's still a couple more steps. It's really exciting to be able to sit on regional boards and have the opportunity to speak up for Pacifica. And this was not an easy vote. Like, people had a lot of questions, and so just know that it's really important for us to be out there and make sure that Pacifica has a seat around the table. Let's see, what else? So many other things. Okay. I had a meeting with CAFE, which is the Center for Age-Friendly Excellence, and the California Department of Aging has a grant application to help cities create their age-friendly action plans. Now, for those of you who don't know, under the leadership of Roy Ernst, Pacifica became an age-friendly city and created a coalition, including Sanchez Arts Center, PRC, Pacifica Senior Services, the wonderful Sue Degree, of course, and through that process, there were some projects that are underway. One was the Catch a Ride program, the ride share for seniors, affordable housing panels, and age-friendly businesses. So with this action plan, we're going to be able to actually organize ourselves, and I'm so happy, Bob, that you are now the lead of our Park, Beach, and Recreation, because you have so much experience with age-friendly cities. So I look forward to what that's going to bring to the table, so thank you for that. So once we have an action plan in place, then we'll be able to outreach to our community and get more people involved and see where that takes us. So I'm really excited about that opportunity. I attended the North Coast County Water meeting. I am learning so much from the Water District right now. There was a presentation from Seawell. It's a desalination. It's a Seawell buoy technology. So they want to put a buoy out in the ocean, and it'll desalinate the water that eventually can turn into drinking water. So it's a really interesting project. I'm learning a lot. They're also they're working on a project to rebuild their district office right now, and they're also looking for space so that they can move their offices while their project is going on. So they're looking to relocate their offices and meeting space. They gave a drought update, so we're not out of the drought yet, but Pacifica definitely rocks with conservation. So be very proud of Pacifica. We are good at conserving water. Then I attended the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative meeting. So May is Mental Health Month. Our working group sent a memo out to all the mayors suggesting different activities for May, including youth mental health first aid training, the Be Sensitive, Be Brave training, which is suicide prevention training, proclamations, lighting up buildings, sharing resources. So the Mayor's Mental Health Initiative is still well underway. And Tiger, thank you for responding to that and agreeing to support some efforts. So I look forward to what we can do together for that.
Thank you for your amazing leadership on the subject.
Thank you, Tiger. Our Pacifica Youth Summit through the Pacifica Prevention Partnership in Jefferson Union High School District was awesome. There was over 80 people there. It was so great. Our young people had a workshop, and they had a live podcast and a photo booth. So I want to give a quick shout out to PCT. Thank you so much for being there and for filming our young people as they attempted to do a live podcast. It was great. Anyway, you can see it on pct.com, so go there and check it out. And also a shout out to Robbie Bancroft, who is our media consultant, who's been helping our young people every week. So thanks, Robbie. We met with JUHSD, which is Jefferson Union High School District, about our future relationship and consistent communication and relationship building. We're doing a lot of relationship building right now. Our HEART meeting, our monthly HEART board meeting was canceled this month, and it gave me an opportunity to try to rearrange my schedule because all of the regional meetings are back in person now. So that means I'm gonna have to figure out how to get down to San Carlos in the middle of my workday. And it really shows that serving an elected office is sometimes a very privileged thing to do. And so when there's meetings scheduled in the middle of the day and I have a full-time job that doesn't allow me to just leave, I'm gonna have to figure that all out. And so just know that I'm noticing that a lot more. We had Council of Cities in Brisbane, and we played this game, this team building whodunit murder mystery kind of game. So that was super fun. We do need to have fun, right? There's so many events coming up. We have our Manor Drive Overcrossing meeting on April 16th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Council Chambers. So that was the rescheduled meeting that's going to be happening again. We have our PCT Spring Open House on April 15th from 1 to 5. And then we have our dueling fundraisers for Pacifica Pride. Let me tell you, we have a great planning team that is planning Pacifica Pride this year, so everybody needs to come out. It's going to be so fun. But we're having a fundraiser on April 16th, and I call it dueling because there's going to be two parts of it. The Sharp Park Sirens are going to be at Table Wine from 2 to 5 p.m. And then we're going to go over to Manor, where the Pirates of Manor are going to be at Pedro Point Brewing Company from 5 to 8 p.m. So come out, support Pride. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember Beer. Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Oh, I didn't click my light, but I'll speak. Busy couple of weeks, wow. I remember commiserating with Councilmember Vaterlos about, seemed like we had something every night that week. And so here goes. A lot of the same things that other council members attended. I appreciated in touring the Civic Center, and so that's the old P&P Planning and Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Building, which of course was going to be different offices once it's reopened. It's going to be set up differently, and I'm not I would never make an architect because I'm not very good at visually when I look at the plans, but walking through the building and hearing, and this is going to be here and this will be that, and having the opportunity to ask questions about ADA compliance, which I know a little bit about, but learning, you have to address it in this type of space, but not in that type of space. And the thing that I was taken by the most, and this is the part that I think is significant, is those buildings are going to be safe places for our employees to work. And in light of everything that we've seen happen in the last couple of weeks, months with storms, I just felt solid going through those buildings, seeing the beams, seeing how everything is constructed. So I'm very excited. I am so excited. We're still on track for the fall, just so you know. I asked the question. So, okay, that. That same day, there was the Resource Management and Climate Protection meeting, which is a county meeting, and yeah, it was supposed to be, well, it was in person, except for I forgot that it was in person. So I went to the meeting on the phone in my car right after the tour, but I couldn't participate in the meeting because of the Brown Act requirements and the fact that meeting in person, the quorum needs the same building, even though we can arrange to have people dial in. So I participated as an observer. There was a quorum, so thankfully that was okay. But one of the things that we heard about that I wanted to share that I was so interested in was a like longer view thinking about fuels, and it was all about hydrogen cells and the purpose and use of hydrogen potentially for heavy equipment, for transportation, for buses. It's being used in some states already, and there's more projects being investigated in California. Really eye-opening and something I didn't have any background on. So also in Europe, well, actually in San Bernardino, they're already running freight with hydrogen fuel cells. I didn't know that. So it's interesting to learn how the alternatives are emerging from fossil fuels and fossil-based fuels for everything. So then that same day was the Rotary Climate Action Team meeting, and then the North Coast County Water District meeting. And so it was like boom, 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 one to the next. But luckily most were Zooms. And I appreciated the desal proposal. And what I really appreciated was hearing our North Coast County Water District board members, one of whom is here with us tonight, Mr. Burgett, thank you for being here, ask the questions that are going to be on the minds of people when they hear about something that is forward-thinking like this. The first question, how does it affect the sea life? And so this is the kind of thinking that's going into it. It's not just, we need water, here's a great possibility, but it's really thinking through on a very careful level what the impact of these new technologies would be. So I appreciated that. Had the opportunity to also tour the coastal projects on Esplanade and down Beach Boulevard with our Congress people, Anna Eshoo and Kevin Mullen and their staffs, and someone who was on our planning commission is now with the Harbor District, George Dormerant was there, and our supervisor, Ray Mueller. And it was a great opportunity for them to see with their own eyes what we're dealing with in Pacifica. They hear about it all the time. We send them documents, but to actually be able to be there and see what it looks like was really, really important. And I think one of the biggest takeaways, especially in the Esplanade area, was how important it is for us to protect that shoreline because the immense amount of naturally affordable housing that's in that very neighborhood. So besides our infrastructure that we need to protect and make sure is not damaged, like sewer lines and such, there's housing. And we're trying to build housing. We don't want to lose housing. So we're doing our best there. It looks promising with the Army Corps, so we're gonna, more on that later. I attended the monthly Coastal Cities Group Leadership meeting. That's also a Zoom, thankfully. And the discussion there was a little bit about the legislation that's coming up, because they have a lot of bills in. And so there's one that we were hearing about, we heard about it last time, and I think it was pulled, I think it's by Assemblyperson Horvath, and it's about blue carbon projects. They put that back on our radar, And the thing that I'm listening for is what the impact is for the local jurisdiction. Because sometimes these are state bills and it seems like the state's going to do it, but the impact on what is expected of the local jurisdiction is the part I'm listening carefully for, because it doesn't always and frequently doesn't come with funding. So it's more for us to take on. The Pacifica Democrats meeting on Saturday the 18th featured our Mark Berman, our assembly member, and he was just a fireball of information talking about all the bills that he's put in, and really just was able to field questions from all of our assembled citizens. I was very impressed with how much he's done and how much he's going to keep doing for us. Really, I really love him, and I'm glad that he's on our side. Couple of things that caught my ear because of my day job had to do with education and computer science. How very appropriate library funding is for both of those subjects. As I was sitting in the audience, I'm sure you were thinking the same thing. So, had a chance to do a little work with the Rotary Club at the Grace McCarthy Overlook. A lot of our planted spaces are adopted by groups in town through the Beautification Advisory Committee. I think Rotary did that one ahead of time, but it's a big space and it's a little unsafe when you're working up there. Thankfully, you have these great yellow vests. But the idea is continuously to find the right plants, since it is not an irrigated site, that will flourish but not be because it's a busy road, to not be a sight barrier. I think the approach is good, a really good approach of taking a section at a time. So it looked to me like we're about a third, maybe a quarter to a third into it. And so I did my part for the storm drains and cleared the parking lot area because there was so much debris from the trees up there, and wanted to make sure those storm drains were running, and they are. So we had, of course, our joint meeting with the Planning Commission, which was all about the housing element, and the Pride meeting with Councilmember Beer. And then I attended also a Sea Level Rise Working Group meeting, which is an extension of the Coastal Cities Group. And what is going on with that group right now is developing, working with identifying local jurisdictions to work on defining a neighborhood approach to sea level rise adaptation planning. So looking at what is common in a specific area. Neighborhood has a certain connotation, but we're really looking at communities of interest, or what are the conditions that might be the same for a specific area in terms of how it has to address adaptation. And so looking all up and down the state at different jurisdictions to interview and to find out what worked and where the challenges were in the same process that we're going through, getting the LCP approved. And so I loved this description. The committee, as we were talking, someone said, we need to look at unicorns, and then began to describe the conditions that would define that unicorn, those particular locations in the state. Somewhere with public infrastructure at risk, historic area, look at specific geomorphology of the way the ocean interacts with the land, when there's a human element impacting, when there's a public beach, when there's private development, when it's visitor serving. Does this sound familiar? Mm-hmm. So I'm sitting in this meeting, the one thing, and it kind of is true for us, critical transportation corridor. And as much as Highway 1 is, our El Camino, if you will, on the other side, people, they talk about transit-oriented housing and all of that, and we never quite qualify, or we're kind of a little outlier because we don't have a lot of transit here. And so, yeah, our critical transportation corridor is Highway 1. And so, anyway, as I heard this description, I'm thinking, I think I know a place that maybe could serve as one of the test cases for this work. So more on that next month.
Thank you, Councilmember Beckmeyer. So, my thoughts are constantly with Ukraine, and so I bring that up here. And I've extrapolated before, and I will again at a different time. I am grateful my colleagues got to visit the Civic Center to, I believe it was Councilmember Beer's point earlier. I did not because I had work. And as I'm getting to my various regional meetings around the Bay Area, because I'm carving the time out in very strategic ways when usually I work an 8-to-5 job, I was not able to carve the time to yet walk the Civic Center and see its current state. So I look forward to doing that in the not too distant future, so I can join my colleagues in making that announcement. I did have a LAFCO meeting, that's the Local Agency Formation Commission meeting in Redwood City. The interesting bit we were discussing was involving the Broadmoor Police Protection District. There's only 3 police protection districts in all of California, and of those, Broadmoor is the only one who employs their own peace officers. That being said, it's a topic of discussion amongst LAFCO in particular because the various best practices that we as council members are very well accustomed to serving on and around multiple boards, apparently none of which to date have lately been practiced by the Broadmoor Police Protection District. So things like Brown Act compliance and having agendas and transparent financials. Right, and as you're immediately viscerally responding because you're so accustomed to working with these things, the LAFCO commissioners had similar, albeit time to really think heavily on that responses. And so I tried to be very kind in my statements while some of my colleagues were a little bit more direct, but the bottom line was that they are, to use the colloquialism, under notice, and we will be reviewing what their updated strategy will be at the next LAFCO meeting, and we'll be making sure they update it the meeting after that, and we want to make sure that financially they're going to be sound as of 6 months out because they're hemorrhaging their money to the tune of $450K a year and are a stone's throw away from needing help transitioning into a different format, it would appear, but we'll see how that goes. Aside from that, we went over budget stuff at LAFCO. There's a bit at the end where we look at the legislation going through Sacramento that affects our commission, and so you know, LAFCO is a state thing. It's not a county thing. So there's LAFCOs for basically every county, but it's a state thing. So one of the things on that list that stuck out was SB 411, which is a bill by Portantino, and it's talking about that regional Zoom call, that thing where, you know, it is difficult to get from point A to point B, especially if you have a day job. And if you're interested in bringing down greenhouse gases, it would seem counterintuitive to have to constantly travel large distances for multiple people to discuss how much we don't like greenhouse gases. Personally, I actually like visiting the different cities to have the meetings, but I also admit to being different-minded in terms of my proclivities for travel, and ultimately can't help but resign myself to the notion it would be much better, more efficient, cleaner if we could do Zoom for regional meetings. Our dear Senator Becker also has Senate Bill 537 out. It looked like the Portino bill was a little bit more developed, but the bottom line was not just Portino, not just Becker. There's a bunch of these Senate bills that are trying to address the same thing. So I think in the long run, they're going to get incorporated into one bill that is going to address it, and everyone's going to sign on to it, and we'll see how it does. So stay tuned and keep watching. I attended the OSPAC meeting later that night, Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. There was a good discussion between our staff, specifically our planning director, Christian Murdoch, and the commission, just in terms of how developments happen and what that means in terms of potential for interacting with OSPAC, which of course brought along some of the charter discussion, which will poke its head up tonight, I'm sure, as we're ultimately discussing process tonight. There was also a good discussion around taking that OSPAC work day that was so successful a month ago and figuring out what to do to stabilize it and make it a regular mainstay for the commission. They weren't able to do it this month because of the storms specifically, and so we're figuring out what we need to do to stabilize that. Councilmember Becker spoke on the coastal tour with our Congress leaders, Anna Eshoo and Kevin Mullen. It was great to host Kevin Mullen here again now that he's a part of a different district. And Ray Mueller and George Domerat. It was really good to see Ryan Marquez here with our tour group, giving his insights. So thank you, Ryan, for making a guest appearance. And it was really helpful to have our electeds see specifically what we're talking about when we make these big asks of, hi, we need help and protection and figuring out how to cultivate the right approach. Please assist us. Councilmember Beckmeyer spoke on Mark Berman at the City Dems meeting, so I won't need to rehash that, but it was really good to have him there and get a little bit more personal time with him. Councilmember Beer spoke on the Pacifica Youth Summit, which indeed was awesome, and thank you for inviting me to that vis-a-vis your other hat. And you also referred to the high school district meeting we had to figure out better communication, which was really the point. So that was ultimately very good. Councilmember Bowles talked about the meeting we had with the director of HIP Housing, which again, thank you for inviting me to that. That was very helpful. Later that day, I had a meeting with Anne Marie Despain, okay. Regarding the library JPA, really orienting me. I've served as the alternate and been to many meetings at this point, so it was kind of a light orientation and it was put off accordingly, but it was really good to have that time with her, learning some of the nuances of the history. We met at the Sharp Park Library, and as I was waiting for her to arrive, I got there a bit early. I got to look at the bits, pieces, and scraps in our library that were almost vaguely reminiscent, if you squint, of a maker's space, and some of the resources that we really want to have more robust. You know, there was the bike rental there was a laptop rental there was 3D printing, and it was all just kind of scattered around, free photocopies. It's all kind of scattered around this very small space and really accentuated the need for a better space where we can have these resources, let alone a proper collection for our city, let alone a space where we can really have a youth space and an adult space and a younger person space and a community space and all those tools that will really bring our community together. So I think we're also a stone's throw away from getting the Library Advisory Committee back together, so I'm really looking forward to that happening. Sooner than later at this point. I had a meeting with the Coastal Commission Chair Brownsey. It was a really good discussion. It was really intended to be a getting to know you discussion. And so it was a nice introduction that I think will lead to more discussion with her later about specifics, especially as various issues will come up in front of Coastal Commission. So it was really a pleasure to begin a relationship with her. And I've got a placeholder for follow-up meetings with Commissioner Mike Wilson and Commissioner Paloma Aguirre. And I'm trying to cultivate those relationships to make sure that going forward, I have a very clear understanding of what the relationships are, not just between our two staffs, but also from elected to elected, and that when we're having these discussions in our public venue, I have a much better sense of exactly who we're talking about and how we're speaking of them, and hopefully to make those bonds grow stronger, since we are intertwined, being coastal zone. I got to watch the Planning Commission meeting on the Oddstad workforce housing. I'm not sure if that'll be coming before us soon or not. It was really, really super helpful to see a meeting in which everybody seemed to actually agree on something. It did my heart a lot of good, and there was a lot of really positive energy that came out of that meeting. The study session we had on housing element was referred to. I won't rehash that. And then the other big one that I had to report out on was the Peninsula Clean Energy meeting, which was a pretty robust meeting for PCE. It wasn't, just budget stuff or some such. First of all, we were back in person. So that was, I think, huge for everyone. It's a big board, as a representative from every jurisdiction and 2 representatives from the county. So I think it's a 22-member board. And it was really, it's hard to describe the feeling of being back with that board in person after the long COVID haul. So, the desire to not commute notwithstanding, it really was a really hopeful moment in which it was good to know we can do that. There were concerns raised about the governor's budget. Specifically, we really don't want to give up our procurement authority. PCE spends a lot of time finding clean energy projects that inform our portfolio of knowing specifically where our clean energy is coming from, which ultimately is building toward our goal of a 24/7 clean energy capacity, which really means that during those hours when solar is not available, we're not drawing off the grid from unclean power. We know that we're supplementing it with, say, hydroelectric or wind power or geothermal or something like that, so that all hours of the day we are powered in a clean way. And so we want to make sure that the governor honors what we're trying to accomplish in bringing down those greenhouse gases. There was a big discussion about banks, money, and diversifying our financial portfolio vis-a-vis what happened with Silicon Valley Bank and the other banks that are lately in that threatened zone. We are very fortunate in PCE that we have very intelligent people in relation to money. We were founded using conservative means to manage our money, and so we moved quickly to diversify and hopefully make things smoother. In the meantime, because we're a governmental entity, apparently we have more assurance than otherwise we might have, which is really good, and we want to make sure we're hedging that bet. We talked about the 0% loan program and extending it. There were programmatic extensions. For example, our heat pump water heater incentive went from $1,000 to $3,000. We added heat pump HVAC systems as a part of our program. We also, so the program itself is making sure that any given one of our customers has up to $10,000 that they can borrow from us at 0% interest, and there's no credit check required. We bumped that program up from $1 million to $2 million, and we're in the beginning stages of it, so we don't have the metrics yet in terms of how well it's working and how we might need to tweak it, but we're making sure that people who want to electrify, that money is not the obstacle, and we're making it a robust policy that we work with anyone who wants to electrify. That's a part of our diversity component, or our equity component, rather, of our diversity and equity and inclusion stance. So we're making robust strides in that direction. This led into a discussion about building electrification strategy. This pertains largely to existing buildings. And we don't just want to replace gas with electric, we want to make electric better. At the end of the day, we're trying to eliminate grid dependency, which largely is something that I think is scaring people away from converting to electric, especially with these storms that have been bombarding us lately. And I'm very grateful to Director Donna Colson, who's a council member from Burlingame. She brought up a robust discussion around all of the power outages we've been having in conjunction with our desire that everything go electric. And so I'm already going way long in my comments, but you're going to hear a robust discussion about why, at the end of the day, we're going to be able to do this in such a fashion that people don't have to worry about a storm putting their electricity out as we figure out how to electrify everybody. Believe it or not, that's the short version. There was this call by the Bay Area Air Quality Management District recently necessitating that at point of sales, only water heaters that are heat pump are going to be, electric water heaters are going to be allowed to be sold going forward by, I believe, 2027, and electric furnaces by 2029. That's for point of sales. The city is going to have to updating permitting to address these realities just put into effect by the Air Quality Management District. And I wanted to bring that up to our planners here in town. Battery backup is going to be a major problem solver. We're building up to a 20 megawatt local production, which largely boils down to solar, and so the way we incentivize solar. And I'm spending this much time on it because I think it's really important. I think it's going to be one of the big things, if not the big thing, that's going to really shape our worldview and how we look at planning going forward and construction. And the next PCE meeting is going to be April 27th for anyone who wants to join in on the fun. Christine, did I miss anything? Very good. And Friday night, it was really lovely to spend some time with my fellow council people and council people from all over the region, essentially playing a fun game. It was regional team building is what it was. It's nice to, pretend you're a kid when you're a council member, but the reality is that that's the way we form our bonds, is by carving out the playtime we need to be able to have those informal interactions that ultimately inform how our relationships will be developed going forward. And that's the way to build a relationship, is to start in a place with absolutely no formality, so that when it gets time to be formal about things, we know each other, we know how to work together. And it was a really positive exercise. And I just want to take one extra moment to thank Public Works. Through all of these storms, I can't imagine you're anything but exhausted by now. And here we have another storm on the way. I forgot to bring my umbrella in. Hopefully we won't need it, but tomorrow, batten down the hatches because apparently more is coming. And not just Public Works, fire, police, even Park Beaches and Rec. Thank you, all of our staff. It's been an extraordinary 3 months. We're not out of the woods yet. And thank you for all the work you've been putting in. And thank you for allowing me so much time to speak. And that all being said, staff report, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. Thanks for that great segue, because I was actually going to start talking about storms and damage, but I'm going to just make my comments brief, because I'd like to turn it over to Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Director Palacio for a great show and tell as part of our staff communications today. So the few comments that I do have was to mention about the storm alert for tomorrow. The latest weather report I saw was that in the early morning hours is when the wind and the rain should hit. So we're staffed up, prepared once again. Seems like a weekly thing to handle what comes our way, and we'll hope for the best. Relating to an earlier storm, I can't remember if it was actually last week or the week before, but it ripped the security gates off of the pier, and so we had quick response and actually replaced the front gates to the pier. And while doing so, we're also able to install the temporary safety fencing for the portion of the railing on the L part of the pier that had been knocked off in a storm a couple years ago. But that's now repaired, and the L portion is now opened up to the public. So all the Fisher people that go out there are very happy about that, and others, and it has that temporary fencing on there.
Big yay.
Yeah. The upcoming Manor Overcrossing Community Meeting was mentioned. That's been rescheduled. That will be happening on Tuesday, April 18th, I believe 6 p.m. here in the council chambers, barring any new storm that might interfere with holding that meeting like it did last time. And mailers will go out to the neighborhood, anticipated to drop this next weekend or by Monday, April 3rd for advance notice. I wanted to mention that. And I think that that is all that I'm going to talk about, and I want to turn it over to Director Palacio for some fun but also very serious show and tell.
Thank you, Kevin. Good evening, Mayor Bigstick, Pro Tem Varlas, and council members. Bob Palacio, Director of Parks, Beaches, and Recreation. So I'm super grateful to have the opportunity to give you a quick update on the Pacifica Beaches Life Buoy Life Ring installation project. And then, as Kevin said, we've got a little show and tell that we're actually going to do it with you so you can see it and touch it. I'm joined tonight by Eric Jones. Eric, if you want to come up with me. Eric is the Executive Director of Sea Valor, and we're super fortunate, and we're going to give him some thanks tonight and some well-deserved credit. So Sea Valor is a nonprofit that's primary mission is to use sailing and other ocean-related activities to help people who have been through emotional and physical trauma and have wounds. And those folks are military veterans, police, firefighters, healthcare workers, even people, families who have been affected by suicide, and youth who have experienced those type of traumas. And so they've got a great mission. And as a part of that, Sea Valor also works hard to make local beaches as safe as they possibly can be for beachgoers. And as a result, Sea Valor is purchasing 15 of these units for us here in Pacifica, and they're not cheap. They're about $1,500 each. You know, as far as the unit itself, the shipping, installation, all of that. So it's a significant gift that they're giving the city. And we've been working diligently with the Coastal Commission. We're going to have 20 locations all the way from the southernmost end of Lindemar down to the Esplanade where we'll be installing this. We have 6 of them in hand right now. And those 6 are actually going to get placed along the promenade because those are city-owned and we can install as we wish. So we've laid those out. But I wanted to allow Eric to say a few words and to give you a little bit of the background of the project and what his organization does in a little bit more detail, and then about some of his experiences in Half Moon Bay with the Life Buoy Life Ring project as well. Eric.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here. A little bit about my backstory. I'm from Oakland, California, born and raised. I went to college and grad school on the East Coast. I was a paramedic and firefighter, getting a master's in public health, getting ready to start med school. On 9/11, I was actually driving to class that morning when the plane hit the Pentagon. I was one of the first people there. I spent 4 days recovering all the bodies and then 2 weeks up at ground zero. So I'm no stranger to trauma and tragedy. And over the years, I've known too many people that have killed themselves from suicide. And so in 2019, after 2 of my friends took their lives, one had just won an Oscar, I sold my house and used the proceeds to start Sea Valor. And the idea was, I mean, I saw 6 people burn to death in front of me at the Pentagon, and that's something that doesn't leave you. And so I needed to find a way to turn my personal tragedy into something positive. And for me, it was figuring out a way to help veterans, cops, first responders. To date, we've taken out 5,500 people sailing, and of those, it's retired, Coast Guard, military, police officers. So we have this huge network of first responders. And so in 2021, when RNA Pruthe, a 12-year-old boy, got swept out to sea in Half Moon Bay, his family reached out and they said, hey, the Coast Guard's called off their search, but we'd still really like to find his body. Can you come help us? And so, like I said, everything I've been through in life, I've seen a lot of death and tragedy, but talking to the parents of this 12-year-old kid who they just took their family to the beach for the day. They weren't playing in the water, they were just on the beach, and a sneaker wave came and it swept the 8-year-old son out. So the family, the parents, in trying to recover the 8-year-old, they almost drowned. And then the 12-year-old went out. He was a very strong swimmer, but he just could not overcome the swells, and he drowned. And so one of the hardest things I've seen in my entire life was the look on the parents' face saying, look, we didn't know the dangers of the California beaches during the winter. And I volunteered, ended up spending a month. You guys have all seen us in the helicopters that year, flying up and down this coast, looking for RNA. And we didn't find him, but we were looking for 3 other people that drowned during that 30-day period. And the question just came up, how does this keep happening? You know, in California, we love our beaches. I mean, we have some of the most phenomenal coastline in the entire world, but how are there so many drownings? That year, 12 drownings between Monterey and Point Reyes. And it's just, people don't understand the dangers of our beautiful beaches here. And I'm a trained rescue diver. I've been scuba instructor, swimmer. And the day that RNA drowned, I watched, and even if I had been there, I would have drowned trying to save him. And so the idea is, why aren't there things like this that if somebody's in the water, you can throw? And we'll show these to you. But this idea came about, we never found RNA. And the parents wanted to make a donation to Sea Valley, $5,000. And this is what the result was. We developed these stations, and there's 4 in Half Moon Bay. They've been there for over a year. There's not been any issues with vandalism. There were a few complaints about, it's a big orange eyesore. And the rebuttal to that was, sure, this might be an eyesore, but unless you've seen the lifeless body of a small child, that's much more of an eyesore. But that's the only complaint we've had. And so the idea was, what can we do to make our beautiful coast safer? And, this is the answer. And these are basically, they're not going to save everybody, but when I was here in January with Anthony and we were marking out the GPS locations, as I was driving in, we saw the Coast Guard helicopter and the Coast Guard boat because a 19-year-old college student drowned right off the beach here. And so the idea is there needs to be something where if somebody gets swept out to sea, it can be thrown. And tonight there was actually a woman named Prithi Nair that was supposed to come because she wanted to address you. Her daughter was a 19-year-old EMT student that drowned 2 years ago in Santa Cruz, and she wanted to come and basically explain that her 3 friends that were there with her throwing shoes and jackets, had they had one of these, probably would have saved her daughter's life. She did not come here tonight because she's on the phone with a grief support group because another 18-year-old girl who's the son of a police officer in Santa Cruz just drowned last week. But she would like to come at your next meeting and just say, something like this is something that all the families support. So that's really it. Sea Valor is donating these out of our pocket because personally, I never want to see another dead kid. This is Heather Finlayson. She's a district attorney in San Mateo, and her family's actually sponsored a couple of these for the same reason. So, it's an honor to be here to address you, and I think Pacifica has a unique opportunity to be sort of at the forefront of this. Santa Cruz is interested. Half Moon Bay has some, Ocean Beach in San Francisco, and so if we can get these up and show that they're, the biggest complaint is the eyesore, and if we can install them in such a way that neighbors, it's not blocking their view, et cetera, and if it just saves one life, I think that's something we can all be proud of. And for $1,500, it's kind of a no-brainer, so that's it. And I'd be happy to stick around and answer any questions or anything else, but I appreciate the invitation to be here.
We appreciate you being here. The honor is ours. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I'm going to speak for a moment and then allow the rest of council to speak because I can feel and hear the emotion going on around me up here on the dais. Your story is extraordinary. I try and point out the heroes we have in town at every opportunity I can. It is always my sincere honor to welcome another hero into our community, trying to help us to even more robustly make this a safe place and a place where people's lives can thrive. And you're doing that not just here to help us, you're doing it all up and down the coast. And thank you so much for this extraordinarily important work. When somebody has seen what you have seen, I would imagine it would be extraordinarily easy to give into the despair that it must evoke, and that instead of going in that direction, you, as true to your nature, said, what instead can I do to make sure that this means something? And so we get to participate now in the meaning you have found out of tragedy that I personally can't imagine witnessing myself. So I wish to honor your presence and thank you so much for being here. Council members, anything else to add? Councilmember Beer.
Thank you. I know what it means to turn tragedy into something helpful. My family has experienced that, and I'm honored to be able to work and honor the life of my nephew who died tragically, right? So I understand what you're doing, and I cannot thank you enough. What an extraordinary gift that you are giving to our city. I think I'm really taken aback by that. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, but thank you so much.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I've been on council 4 years, and we've had tragedies since the time I've been here in Pacifica, and the feeling of trying to respond to a parent who came to speak to us about her son who drowned at Rockaway left me with such a hole, and just I felt so vacant. I felt like I couldn't, what could I say? And, you know, we did a little action around posting better signs, and we'll continue to do that. But this is going to take it to the next level, and we're so grateful to you. And I think, too, our PB&R Commission was helpful in bringing this forward and really supporting this effort. Pacifica is obviously a beach community, so anything we can do to keep our citizens and our visitors safer is a wonderful gift. Thank you.
What you're doing is totally amazing, and I just can't say thank you enough.
I can't imagine the death of a child as a parent. I think that's the most tragic thing, and this family that lost their 12-year-old that is able to channel that into helping another person, as you have as well, is a beautiful tribute to their memory and something that can make a difference, a big difference in someone else's life. And just thank you so much.
Thank you for not just bringing us tools to save a life, but for inspiring us.
So thank you, everyone. So if you're like me, show and tell day was one of your favorite days at school, and so we're going to do a little quick show and tell. We do have one of the units, and we wanted you to be able to look at it. You know, when you are in that moment of terror and that's happening, proximity of access, how quickly you can get to the thing and how quickly you can get it open and understand what to do with it are super important. And in addition to this, the units themselves, Eric's also put together signage. They'll all have GPS on them. We'll make sure that NorCal Fire and our police department have those GPSs labeled. We'll give that to them so that they'll know when someone calls in, that they'll be able to know exactly where that buoy and that ring were being used so they can respond much quicker. So it's not just the unit itself, but it's actually going to help the response time. So with that, we wanted to show you what the unit looks like. They're not too huge. I was kind of concerned that they were these big monster units. They're not, and they contain a ring that Eric was able to actually demonstrate and throw, I don't know, 100 feet or so or more. So it can go a fair distance out into the water, and it's got 150 feet of rope that's attached to it as well. It can also be used by someone like Eric or someone at the beach that wanted to swim out and help someone. It can help them as well. So it's not only for throwing, but you can actually use it. So we'll bring it up.
And if the council is willing, at the end, a picture might be nice too with the unit and with Eric.
Absolutely.
So, like I said, I went to college in D.C., and there was an area called Great Falls National Park, Great Falls State average 7 drownings per year. And again, they said something, I was doing my master's in public health, I was actually part of that, just more as an observer. What they did, the first thing was signage. And the issue there is people go on the rocks, and they wouldn't know the dangers, and they'd slip and fall. Much like here, people just don't know the dangers of rip currents, sneaker waves, et cetera. So the first component is the signage. And this was just an example. These are the ones that are half the way. They can be tailored here. But they found in Great Falls that when they put signs up and they said, on average, there's a number of 7 drownings per year. Once they had those signs up, it went from 7 drownings per year down to 3, then to 2, and now it still averages 1 to 2. But I mean, that's a significant drop. So there is data out there showing that 1, signage works. 2, another important component is when RNA drown, strength. People are screaming. There were people on the beach throwing shoes and tents and driftwood trying to get this kid. And for 15 minutes, they watched this boy tread water until he succumbs to hypothermia drown. And can you imagine being a parent throwing driftwood at your kid? And so something like this, like I said, had I been there, I would have grabbed this, and at least I could have floated until the Coast Guard came, even if I couldn't have made it back in. And so the parents were out there, the parents were strong swimmers, but if you're seeing your kid drown, this is better than nothing. You can't say, oh, don't go try to rescue your kid. They're going to go, but at least this is going to give somebody that wants to affect the rescue attempt a fighting chance. The other component of the design, like Bob said, is location. They said, our son's drowning. Okay, where are you? We're at Cal Beach. So they actually sent the resources to Cal Beach when in fact he was at Cal Ranch Beach. So 15 minutes were lost because of the wrong location. So these signs have been developed with the Coast Guard, CAL FIRE, the Sheriff's Department, and the Coast Guard actually is the one that suggested the wording. But the major component is each sign or each location will say, okay, Pacifica, station number 2, whatever. And so when somebody calls 911, they immediately know, okay, this is where we're sending the resources, and that's a huge component. And the third is just, a reminder that it's not turning back in the ocean. So the signage, and the little triangular sign there says, we had it developed in 12 languages. It's basically says danger, and then sneak away or wavy. These are the actual units. This is a case, it's American made, it's from Virginia, sort of the high-end ones, and these are about $500 each, but it's worth every penny because this doesn't fade. Like I said, in Half Moon Bay, they have no issues with vandalism or theft or anything. I mean, that's always going to be an issue. But
shipping and installation is expensive.
Yeah, the shipping alone is almost $100. But this is it. So basically, Bob, and I've only known Bob recently, but he's phenomenal to work with, and Anthony, who's in Peru. Just really wonderful people, and they're the ones who've been spearheading this, so I wanted to submit them. But this is the idea, and these would be mounted on the railings initially. As we go on, I want to mount more like the ones in Half Moon Bay. They're actually on 4x4 posts, so it's the sign, another sign, and then this. But this is how it works. So this would be mounted to the railing. If somebody needs it, you basically just open it up like this. And I'm just putting this here for illustration, but this is it. And you see these at every swimming pool. And it begs the question, if a swimming pool at a hotel by law has to have 2 of these, and a tiny little swimming pool, why aren't there regulations saying that beaches where you have 12 drownings per year? And this is it. Something like this, I've used these on my boats, and they work. And you all know the currents in the bay. But we've had people be anchored, and people are swimming, and they just get too tired, and grab this and throw it to them, and they hold onto it. So they work. If you'd like to see it, they're not very heavy.
If you want to come down, we can take the photo and.
Yeah, it's an impressive thing.
Ring out the rope. Come here. You're right. You hold it.
Yeah.
It's not a community that will complain when they're ugly. We're just so grateful.
Thank you.
Right. But as you can can see, I mean, they're not super heavy. And worst case scenario, you know, some vandal steals that. Those are only $80 to replace. But the idea is, and this is straight from the factory, so we didn't set it up. But this is attached to this, and it's very nicely coiled around there. And if you need it, you simply grab it and throw it like a frisbee. And then the idea, you know, in a perfect world, one person's holding it in the rope, somebody grabs it and pull it back in. Worst case scenario, you can throw that, and they still have something to float. You know, and that's what matters. I mean, even if the person passes out, they can still bottom the water until Coast Guard or Harbor District. So that's it. And reflectors, that's it.
I saw one at the harbor and
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Why someone would complain about that?
And nobody has yet. But we're trying to anticipate, okay, somebody's going to complain about something.
Yeah, for sure.
So far, no problems. And they haven't had, the issue in Half Bay is actually 2 of them were knocked out by the storms. One at Mavericks and Starbucks Beach. So, I mean, that is going to be an issue. The problem is if you put it high enough to avoid 50-year storms, they're going to happen. So, I mean, there are going to be times where they get knocked out and we replace them. But I think the storm in Half Bay is, I've never seen them knocked out 50 years. So it does happen occasionally, but if you do it, then it's still better than kids. But yeah, like I said, we're happy to donate as many as we can and then fundraise. The way we've done Half Bay is there's little signs that says this station donated by so-and-so, a family member, you know, that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. My fellow councilman, is that the end of the staff report?
Yeah, that's the end of the presentations. If you're going to make comments.
So you need to recess, Mayor.
Yeah.
Let's take a recess and maybe if you're talking because you're not.
That's where I'm heading right now.
Yeah.
To the microphone.
Yes.
We're not being at the mics. We are going to take a 5-minute recess so that members of the public have an opportunity to check these things out, and we'll reconvene at 8:52. 8:52. JT, are we ready? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. The time is now 8:58. I undershot by about 6 minutes. We are now at item number 7, accept final report, list of opportunities and timing of the Pacifica Economic Opportunity Study. Proposed action, receive and accept the final report and list of opportunities and timing of the Pacifica Economic Opportunity Study. I'd be remiss in pointing out we have no public hearings tonight, and this is the first of 4 consideration items. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I'm going to kick this item off and then quickly turn it over to Assistant City Manager Carter and our consultant Brian Mora to go through the rest of the presentation. And let's please advance just to the next slide. What you have before you tonight is the final Economic Opportunities Study report, and the recommended action is council acceptance of this, and importantly, it includes the list of opportunities and timing of those opportunities that were identified in the Economic Opportunities Study report. For context, let me talk a little bit about how this relates to the Vision 2025 and beyond financial sustainability study. This is really a key study component of that more comprehensive vision project, and that visioning project included, as you are aware, various forms of public engagement. It included analysis of revenue measure options, which led to the council's decision about putting the transactions and use tax measure, Measure Y, on the ballot, and then the voters approving that measure. It included a substantial financial forecasting, and then, of course, the heart of it, this economic opportunities study. And following acceptance finalization of this report, and following the council's completion of strategic planning for this year, the final piece of the Vision 2025 study is really to take the results of all of those pieces, including the economic opportunities study, match it up with the strategic plan that the council eventually adopts, and to be able to tell that story through media and different crafting of the story. That's the final piece to the Vision 2025 study that comes after this. And of course, the economic opportunity study generates essentially a work plan of economic development strategies that we can begin to implement. And we're still dialing in the presentation and see if we can get that going. It's working on a local computer here, but not projecting onto the main screen. There you go. Okay, let's. And there we go. And go back one. I just want to make sure I covered all the introductory comments.
And it's not going back.
Well, if we can only go forward, I think I did cover them all, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Mora at this point.
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of council, and it's nice to be back to talk about the Economic Opportunity Study. Tonight, as the city manager indicated, the purpose of this meeting is first of all to go over what we've done to date, which is you had in January a joint meeting with the council and the Planning Commission where the draft study was presented along with the draft opportunities list and timing. And after getting discussion from the public, you also discussed it with the Planning Commission and suggested some revisions to the study, the opportunities list, and the timing. And so tonight's agenda is to consider the updated study along with the updated opportunities and timing. There we are. So the first item to talk about is the updated economic opportunity study, which is attachment 1. If we can go to the next slide. And these are the updates to the EOS that have been made from the items that you requested at the last meeting. So for example, in the SWOT analysis, we're showing that sea level rise impacts all of your business districts rather than just the one shown in the original report. In the opportunities slides section, each of the 8 opportunity sites now indicates that part of that analysis in each case will be the impact on city services and infrastructure. On the next item, there has been additional language added about sales tax growth, which was one of the questions, so that the 7% average sales tax growth makes clear now that that incorporates the impact of revenues from the county pool and online sales, which grew at a 12% rate during that same time period. And then finally, on page 138, we indicate that the revenue estimates you see are only for the first year of the report, that it does not include the revenue growth in subsequent years, which would be the 2% per year growth in property tax, the growth that you would see in sales tax, VLF, and franchise fees. So obviously the actual revenues in each of those opportunity sites would be more than shown after year 1. Go ahead. The next item is the list of list of opportunities in attachment 2. Originally there were 30 of these, now there's 34. Go to the next slide. In terms of new opportunities, it talks about now surveying Pacifica businesses on space needs for future growth and retention, working with businesses on improved signage, facades, trees, and landscaping. In the Pedro Point area, it adds meeting with the Pedro Point businesses and community. And then there's also a new opportunity related to infrastructure financing opportunities. Excuse me. The next item is the timing list. And as with the previous item, you'll see that the changes are shown in red. And if you go to the next slide, and on the timing list updates, there basically are 2 updates. One is to work with Caltrans to add Coast Highway signage supporting the business district, or announcing the business in all of the business zones rather than just the one that was shown in the original report. And the other is the Beach Boulevard Opportunity Site, to move that up from medium-term to short-term timing in terms of both clearing the site for under the Surplus Lands Act, getting it appraised, and then also marketing. And then, next slide. In terms of next steps, once the council has accepted the final study, the opportunities list, and the timing list, staff will integrate these items into the development of the city's economic development program. The items listed in the short-term category in the timing list are anticipated to be developed over the next 2 years. Items in the medium and long-term categories will be explored and developed in future years. And then in terms of your strategic plan process, which is also underway, all of these items, both the EOS, the list of opportunities, and the timing, are also things that could be considered at your next strategic plan workshop, which is scheduled for April 11th. So in terms of recommended actions, tonight what we're asking or suggesting for the council are 4 things. One is, first of all, to talk to the council and answer any questions you might have. Second is to get public comment on the proposed recommendations and acceptance. Third is discussion by the council. And then fourth is a council vote to accept the updated EOS opportunity list and timing list. And with that, turn it back to the council.
And I should just jump in and mention that we do have the representatives from Cosmont companies on Zoom. And if there are questions that they need to answer, it'll be our inaugural experiment about bringing them into video, which you might see up on the screen in order to participate in the conversation. So we'll see.
I'm beginning to understand the complications of integrating fresh technologies. Thank you, City Manager. And do we have any? We do have questions from council, so we'll start with Councilmember Bowles.
First, can I just ask, so the agenda packet had your slideshow, which we saw the last time, and there were some changes made to that, right? Is that the final? Is that the final product? Is the slideshow that we're not looking at tonight, but that was in the packet?
By the final slideshow, do you mean the detailed report attachment one?
Yes.
Yes, that is the final product, yes.
Okay. Just a couple questions. So one, I noticed the staff report said the sea level rise was in all 5 districts, but I think it's actually missing from page 179. So if you don't mind just double checking that. And then the big question I still have is the focus and the recommendations are mostly residential, mixed use residential, and hospitality. I still have this burning question in myself as to whether some larger commercial spaces might be good for the city as well. And I know, in terms of the tax revenue slide that you had showed the first time, that wasn't as high a ranking. But I'm just thinking about just long-term sustainability, like making sure we're not putting all of our eggs in one basket, if you will, for the hospitality, as we saw with COVID, that things dropped. Like if we found a biotech company that wanted to open an office here, would we say no based on reviewing the report now? Is that because the other thing that I see really missing in Pacifica that we were just talking about with the housing element is the jobs housing imbalance, that we're mostly sending higher level jobs out of the city, so people are commuting and so forth, and it would be lovely to have more jobs and some other income here, and then the businesses would also fill our restaurants during the week and perhaps have conferences and so forth that would use our hotels. So I'd just love to hear a little bit more from you on why that doesn't seem to be a recommendation in the report.
I can comment on that, and excuse me, if the Cosmont folks are available, I'm sure they probably want to comment on that as well. One of the things that we did when we went out to RFP for this project is we referred to the Beach Boulevard site as an opportunity site rather than a hotel site. And that was very much on purpose, because one of the things we wanted, whichever firm was hired by the city to explore, was that the question, Councilmember Bowles, that you are raising, which is if you put the Beach Boulevard site and marketed it to the industry, what would be the response? Would they come back with a hotel use, or would they come back with a high-tech use, as we've seen up and down the 101 corridor, for example, in San Mateo County, and places like San Bruno and San Carlos most recently. In the study itself, as you probably saw, I think it is their conclusion that given the location of that site near the beach, and given the nearby uses, they believe that the most likely use of the site and the most likely response to your marketing of Beach Boulevard, for example, is probably a hotel. However, I think it's fair to say that until you actually get to the stage of marketing it, you won't really know. A good example, I think, recently was in the city of Daly City, which recently marketed a piece of property which they believed was a hotel site, and they ended up with actually a mix where some proposals were for hotel and some were not. Some were for the sort of development you're talking about. So I think that it's the opinion of the Cosmont team that is most likely that what you're going to get back from marketing Beach Boulevard, for example, is a hotel proposal, but until you actually market it, we don't really know, I think is the way I would put it. But
And I would suggest that if we can get Mr. Hira from Cosmont on, they have a lot of broad industry experience that can speak in more detail about that.
There he is.
Yeah, I'm here. I hope everybody can see me and hear me okay. Mr. Mayor and members of the council and Councilmember Bowles, thank you for your question. Yeah, in our evaluation of really all asset classes, we have to take from our research and the market research and apply what we think are sort of the highest and best uses, or higher and better use, for the city, not to mention that we're trying to identify areas where there can be tax revenues that can be generated as a function of this need and desire for sustainability. I appreciate the notion of a jobs housing balance. It is very important. But in our findings, the concern we have, frankly, today is with the office market in general. It's one of the asset classes that's probably the least, with the least strength. And San Francisco in general has probably faced one of the greatest declines in office demand of late. And a lot of that, it frankly started happening before the pandemic, so it was already on its way. And the pandemic certainly catalyzed the lack of demand with the function of hybrid working and telecommuting and really technology. So you're going to have a lot of office vacancy and really a major impact on those markets and those cities from a tax revenue perspective. They're going to feel a pinch when it comes to the property tax revenue that will not be generated from fully occupied office product. Now, that is to say that in the specific area, say, of life sciences, and you would ask the question, should you turn down a biotech or life sciences company that might express some interest in your city? I don't think it's an automatic conclusion to turn something down. That demand and that desire in a long-term lease with a tenant or tenants in that office space or life science space needs to exist in order for there to be any viability for a project on any one of your sites within your city. So as we look at Beach Boulevard as an example, the quarry site, really we believe the highest and best use is a hospitality use, partly because we believe there's demand for that in your marketplace. You can leverage the coastline, if you will, and leverage your community to frankly end up with a more upscale hotel, which you really don't have much to speak of today. So that's part of the direction we headed in terms of our analysis and our response, and also the fact that the revenues from even a modest size hotel, 70 rooms, let's just say 50 to 70 rooms, can generate a significant amount of tax revenue, which we believe can help your general fund.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you saying that we don't necessarily turn someone down. And I think I was thinking of the quarry, maybe, the back of the bowl area more than Beach Boulevard where the ocean views are. I agree, those are better hotel spots. Thanks.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions from council at this time? If I do not, then we will go to public comment. I don't have any cards on this topic currently, though anyone in the audience is welcome to speak. Emily, do we have any callers or a Zoom hand raise?
We have one caller. It's Samuel Casillas.
Mr. Casillas, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. Overall, the focus and goal of the study should be, as stated, the economic development strategies for a long-term and fiscally sustainable vision for Pacifica. To get there, the first thing we need to establish is metrics. We need to establish, and the study does not address, how much per capita sales tax and or property tax does the city need to produce annually to be sustainable, and what is it currently? Strategically, the big question is, how are we going to get to fiscal sustainability? First of all, we need to maximize our unique and differentiated qualities that other places don't have. Our beaches, hiking, the coastal trail, and places like the Sea Bowl, which I mentioned earlier in general comments, where out-of-town visitors come and have a unique experience, and then we need to market to them so that they know what else is available in Pacifica. But we also need a proactive economic development director to search for the right kind of businesses that will be a draw and complement our unique offerings. Think of what we could have demanded where the Panda Express is now. Shake Shack, Sam's Chowder House, and also look at bike rentals or kayak rental businesses on the beachfronts. The report does not address economic opportunities around small business conferences and sports tournaments, softball, our big pool, golf course, even the golf course, especially to fill up hotels and businesses in the off season. Again, we need a proactive economic development director, search for opportunities around these small business opportunities. We need to attract unique businesses. San Francisco has an ordinance that blocks chain restaurants from going into certain neighborhoods. This needs to be done here. How did we end up with McDonald's, a Taco Bell, and a Panda Express adjacent to the best beaches, the best beach north of Santa Cruz? These are opportunities lost. Also very telling, there is no analytical basis to state that housing is not a net loss leader, that it's a growth driver. It doesn't generate new revenues based on what really is out there for cost of service studies. The document just keeps repeating that 50, 60 units plus 30 million value, 1 million new resident spending. How do they get to the $1 million residents spending? This is not backed up by any analysis, and it's just a made-up number. In order to generate $1 million in spending, there has to be a reason for people to spend that here. We don't have many. The study itself states wastewater treatment plant expansion may be needed to support significant project development. So with sewage expansion and the cost of services like infrastructure, police, fire, housing is a net loser. We already have an overextended sewer system that we are now being taxed for $200 million just for one pump station that the council has already admitted will need to be moved in 15 to 20 years. So what will the infrastructure cost for 1,900 units? It's a net loser, and any reputable cost of service study will tell you that rezoning commercial to residential will lose the city more revenue than add.
Thank you, Mr. Casillas.
Yep,
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, I'll give it one more moment to see if there's a raised hand or a member of the audience. And seeing none, hearing none, we will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation. I did want to start just by addressing some of the commenters' questions. Specifically the question of metrics, if this was a place where we might have talked about sporting events bringing in additional spending. And if you could take a moment to talk about how we got to the $1 million spending number. Those were the questions I was able to pull out of the comment. Thank you. And I can re-ask any one of those components.
I think we'll ask Mr. Hira from Cosmont to take a shot at that.
Very good.
Yeah, and I have two colleagues here, Tom Jarofsky and Bob Valenti, and I'm going to call upon Tom, I think, to discuss some of our projections, which were high-level projections for different tax revenue scenarios.
Hi. I'm Tom Jarofsky. So the $1 million estimate came from an estimated average household income for new residents in these development projects in the neighborhood of $125,000 per year. And we estimated the local retail spending potential to be approximately 15 to 20% of that total, or basically 20,000 per household times 50 units gives us the $1 million number.
Thank you. And there were two other questions. One was about metrics, and the other was whether or not this would be a good document to include sports events as attracting more dollars to our community.
Well, I would only say I think sporting events is a good idea. If we didn't cover it, it's not because we didn't think that it could make some sense in terms of an attraction for families and a draw for people from outside the city to come in and also participate in that, spend money, or people from your residents in your neighborhoods to participate in different sporting events. So we don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I would just say that no, but that really wasn't brought up in any of our interviews, any of the public meetings that we had, the virtual meetings, the the web questions survey that we did. So we understand that, you know, sporting events are a significant economic driver for a lot of communities. We're just not aware of that potential there, but we certainly would encourage it.
Very good. And as to the question of metrics,
Let me take a shot at that too, and then I can toss it over to the Cosmont folks. In terms of metrics, I think in the report it does show you where the customers come from in the different business districts, and it also shows you the makeup. I think one of the things that struck me in the analysis in the report, for example, is that in your Rockaway Beach business district, 54% of the customers live more than 10 miles away from Pacifica. And so as I looked at whereas some of your other business districts, the vast majority of the people were from Pacifica or from next door communities. And what that suggests to me is that, going forward, your economic development strategy is best served recognizing that 3 of the 5 business districts are clearly what I call resident servings. You have, shopping centers, they're anchored by big grocery stores. That's what you have today, and that's likely what it's going to evolve towards, whereas in your Rockaway Beach and your Pedro Point districts, the lion's share of those customers are actually visitors. And so that requires a different economic development strategy because of who is patronizing your businesses today and who may be patronizing them in the future. I think turning to sales tax is another interesting metric. We talked a bit about this, not just in this project, but also when we were talking about Measure Y last year. And one of the things that was most interesting in looking at that data was that in this community, because you have so much sales tax leakage, that is, people are shopping outside of Pacifica, your half-cent transactions tax, which, by the way, goes into effect next month, generates as much money as your 1% sales tax, which is very unusual in my experience, having worked in other cities around the Bay Area. And what that tells you, I think, is you have some pretty significant leakage and some pretty significant shopping outside the community. So if you take into account the metrics that we showed you in the Measure Y project and also some of the data in this project, clearly one of the advantages of looking at this project and looking at the 5 business areas individually rather than collectively, I think there's some real power in that. And interestingly, in the second community workshop, we had the one that was with the public in person on the opportunity study, at least at the table that I sat at during that session. We had a couple people from the community commenting that they thought it was wise that the city was, at least in this study, looking at 5 different zones as opposed to trying to have one overarching strategy. And I don't know, I'd leave it to the Cosmont team to see if they wanted to add anything to those thoughts on metrics.
Yeah, Brian, I don't really have anything to add. I think that is a good answer if the council's satisfied with respect to metrics. I think that the report has a significant number of different metrics accordingly.
Wonderful, thank you. I am grateful that our community decided that Measure Y was something we should go for so that we capture that leakage for the reasons you enumerated. I also heard a comment about an ordinance to potentially block further fast food restaurants coming in, which I thought was an interesting idea that might be worth exploring, but I don't know that this is the venue to do that. Question for staff, perhaps, if we were to include something about sports in this report, would that mean it would have to come back to us?
I wouldn't think so. What we could probably do is add it to the opportunities list. And I guess the other thing that we might do too is talk about maybe exploring it as a short-term item, I would suggest, as opposed to maybe something medium or longer term. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Let's start with Councilmember Beer, please.
Actually, you asked my question. I was going to ask about the metrics.
Ah, charming. Councilmember Bowles?
I have a few little questions. I'll just go one at a time, but feel free to interrupt me if somebody else wants to chime in. On packet page 168, you say that the transit occupancy taxes are very low for a beach city. And I'm just wondering, is that just because we don't have enough hotels, or are we not charging enough transit occupancy taxes? I know that's something the council considered as an additional income last year, but I'm not sure what if they're, it's both. Okay.
I guess there's two parts to that, and I'll take the first part, and I think I'll toss it to the Cosmont folks on the second part. It is true that the city has a 12% transient occupancy tax today. A number of cities around both this county and the Bay Area have increased them to 14% is the most common. Today, they've gone as high as 15% in Half Moon Bay and 15.5% in Palo Alto. If the city was interested in increasing the rate of your hotel, transient occupancy tax, that's something that have to go to the voters in even numbered years. So your next opportunity to have that discussion would be in November of 2024. And with that, I'll toss it to the Cosmont team for any additional thoughts you guys might have on this topic.
Yeah, I would just say that at 12%, it wouldn't seem unreasonable for consideration to potentially increase that. Maybe it could go to 13. I think Daly City had done that not too long ago. Doesn't have to go all the way up to 14 at one fell swoop. So that's a thought or a consideration for the future. And, I think part of the matter with hotels is that the level of the class of hotels, call it upper middle class, if you will, is probably a function of the amount of revenue that gets generated. In other words, there's not really any upscale hotels in the city. And so the average daily rate is going to be defined to a degree by the quality of the hotels. So to the extent that you can improve that or increase that quality level of hotels, that's a way to generate some additional revenue with higher average daily rates.
My understanding is that the Pacifica Beach Hotel was originally a higher-end hotel, and I know it doesn't, the reviews are kind of mixed, and there's a lot of maintenance issues with the property. I think a lot of our hotels are kind of in need of some refurbishing and so forth, too, and maybe that would help. But that's a big investment for them. Let's see. Oh, and this is coming up later, but in Yulia's report, I think 47% of our transit occupancy taxes are actually from short-term rentals. So I found that really interesting, those 161 units are driving almost as much as all of our hotels in town. So not a question, just an observation. And then I appreciate the report for the Seabowl site. You're recommending keeping the bowling alley, and that's something that we were discussing at the Housing Element meeting recently, and I know there's a lot of community desire to keep it too. And then one of the community wants was just like there aren't a lot of gathering spaces and family spaces, inside and so forth for entertainment. So maybe you can talk a little bit more about that. I guess we thought bowling alleys were kind of going out, but there's a different model coming back in that's drawing more of a crowd, right?
Yeah, I can just speak to it as sort of at a high level. I mean, when we talk about, the benefits, if you will, of more experiential retail or experiential businesses and entertainment, if you will, which we do say things like that in our report, a bowling alley is an example of that. It's a place where people can go, it's entertaining, you can eat, you can drink, you can, socialize. That bowling alley, as I understand it, has been in business for about 60 years. And it's more of those types of experiential uses which we would encourage. But if a business owner, chooses to close a bowling alley, that's not something that we can do a lot about. But we do encourage those types of uses, including restaurants and other experiential uses.
It just seems as we have so few places like that now. Someone was telling me you lived in Moss Beach. He used to come up here just for the bowling alley as a kid because there was nothing there either. there's just such pressure to put new housing everywhere and as much housing as you can, but we need a good quality of life for the people that are here, right, and things to do. So anyway, I appreciate you indicating the value of that in the report.
We used to have a movie theater too where the Walgreens currently is. I was quite fond of it in my youth. You know, sometimes it is what it is. Councilmember Beckmeyer?
I would like to see the addition of the sports issue. I think among us, probably here, we can give references in terms of folks to talk to within town. One of the things I know we battle, or, you know, is a challenge for us, is that we don't have a big complex. However, I think getting a good handle on what the fields that we do have generate, and in terms of how many tournaments, I know girls softball is really active, and beginning to map some of that. Powell Field, I don't think it generates as much as Fairway Park, right? Because that's, how many fields are there? Three. For baseball. So I think it would be important to do that. And then what I don't know at all either, but it's knowable, is tracking the surf events that happen annually. A number of them happen annually, and there's people in town who could tell you. But, you know, and put you in touch with people who have that information.
Councilmember Beer?
There's also the swim meets. I'll just add a couple. Swim meets, golf course. I think going back to the bowling alley, I think every single person in Pacifica wants to save the bowling alley, but I don't own the bowling alley. And so it's frustrating to me to bring that up when I feel a sense of hopelessness around it, like there's nothing I can do about it. And so, yeah, I just had to put that out there. We all want to save the bowling alley. I wish I owned it. Anyway, that's all.
Councilmember Vaterlaus. Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlaus. I keep doing that.
That's fine. On packet page 250, which is the Palmetto Avenue sites, I have to disagree, especially the first one. If that lot at on the corner above Salata, sorry, I'm not right on the page.
Lot number 1.
Number 1, if that value is 75,000, then I want it tomorrow. So I'd say more like $1 million.
Well, it might be
That's, sorry. Yeah, sorry to jump in. That's just the assessed valuation on that property.
Oh, on their taxes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Oh, not their real value.
So it's a vacant property that's probably been in ownership for a very long time.
Forever.
So that's why the AV says that.
Okay, good. The assessed values are, because I just kept looking at the values going, oh, these are wrong. So thank you.
I had the exact same question.
Yeah, I mean, just back to the bowling alley for a second to follow up on Sam's earlier question. Like, how do we know, like, what the tax revenue is from that versus what we would get from, you know, some housing units? Like, what are we losing by losing these important commercial spaces?
Well, we could certainly look at that particular site in terms of things like the property tax and the sales tax that are currently that come off of it. I think going back to the previous question, and I think that probably gives you some insight on what the property tax on that site, for example, might be. If it has in fact been in the same ownership for, let's say, 60 years or whatever, it's probably being taxed at a very, very low rate.
Yeah.
It might even be pre-pop.
It's just been sold, so.
Right,
yeah.
well, that's right, and so what'll happen is if it's been sold, then it'll get revalued at a much higher level.
Right.
And similarly, if the site was redeveloped, whether it was commercial or housing, of all of those developments, all of those structures would then come in at a new rate. It could be a significantly higher amount of revenue to the city, regardless of whether it was commercial or residential on that site. Again, because the current ownership has been so long-standing.
Right. for property taxes, but I'm just talking about for use, for the income that it generates for the city.
Yeah, and again, we'd have to look at it in terms of what is it bringing today in terms of sales tax. I don't know off the top of my head. I'm guessing Ms. Carter probably doesn't either, but we could certainly look at that and then look at what potential uses are. And I think going back also to the study, I think part of this, the interesting thing in the table that the Cosmont team developed, and certainly asked them to comment on this as well, where they showed you hotel uses were the biggest revenue generator because of the hotel tax, which you don't get on other land uses. That, I think, helps explain why, in very general terms, cities as a group tend to be very interested in additional hotel uses and rooms if the demand is there. And in this report, it suggests that there is demand for more hotel product in this particular area. Another thing, too, to mention, again, in generalities, is that my experience also is that hotel uses tend to be the least traffic generating uses compared to something like office or residential or commercial, which tend to generate more. But I'll ask Mr. Hira and Mr. Jervosky if you want to add to that.
Certainly would agree with the tax revenue that you're talking about. As to traffic, we're not really traffic engineers, so I don't really know what the traffic patterns are. Obviously, they are pretty minimal in the sense you typically maybe come in once or twice a day. But I wouldn't want to opine as to that it's less than office or more than office.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or discussion or a motion?
A motion.
Oh, sorry, I got a couple.
Emotion, not a motion.
In motion.
The bowling alley. People keep bringing up the bowling alley. We all have memories from the bowling alley. Why do people keep bringing it up? It's not going to be there. We don't own it. We cannot compel the owner to stay in business regardless.
The question is, do we rezone it? Do we need commercial serving for our community for other things? And so that'll be a bigger question later on. I know we don't own it and we can't keep it there necessarily.
Right.
I wanted to just talk, let's see, on packet page.
Councilmember Bowles, I believe our city manager wanted to make a quick.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, please go ahead.
Actually, Councilmember Bowles, you can probably go first. I just did want to say that before a motion is made, I'd like to hone in more on wording, not wordsmithing, but just general focus about what adding a sports-related marketing opportunity action would be. And I have a thought about that, and so to get council members' input on that as well as the team and Cosmont, so the expectations are clear related to that type of thing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bowles.
Sorry, I just want, I've said this a couple of times, and I'm, sorry, now I've lost my packet page. Yeah, 192, where you talk about programmed outdoor spaces, fresh air for shopping experiences, and unique food offerings. I really think we could make a lot more money on restaurants with ocean views. San Francisco has very few. Sam's Chowder House, as Sam mentioned, is always packed. And a lot of these sites, that's not really discussed. And for example, the Caltrans Park and Ride site. I mean, that I think is a high opportunity site that should be built up as high as we can and have those amenities, up at the top of the roof, because you have wonderful views from up that high, bars, restaurants, music venues, and so forth that are good social places, and page 196. I don't know if you can pull that up, but this is one of your examples of the Rodeo 39 Village Center, and I'm guessing this is maybe, I mean, the only piece of land we have that's big enough for something like this is the quarry, and what strikes me is that it's mostly a parking lot when I look at it. And I don't know about you all if you've looked at that, but that's not an image I would want to see as, something that we're striving for. I understand the mixed residential and commercial aspects of the example, but
If I could just say something really quick, I think that they did collect data about the restaurants with ocean views, because I was at the table when we had that discussion at the community center, so there's probably data about it somewhere. I don't know if it's maybe not right here, but it was definitely discussed at the small group discussions.
yeah. No, it would be interesting to see some data, because I think our current plan, like the Sharp Park specific plan, is all the commercial on the ground floor. And I know it's a little bit more difficult to plan because you need an elevator and so forth if you're, putting community uses on the higher levels. But I think these are important things to keep in mind as we're reviewing projects coming up and encouraging uses that will bring in more people and more money. The high-end restaurants was also next to hotels as one of the highest drivers, according to your report. So we have those resources in our beaches and our sunsets that I think, even in Manor and the shopping center, certainly in Sharp Park and Rockaway and in Linamar.
Mm-hmm.
Even the Sea Bowl site, for that matter, if you got up high enough above the freeway.
Well, and again, I'll also let the Cosmont team comment, but I would suggest that as we develop that opportunity list, we could certainly add exploring higher-end beach-oriented restaurants to the list. I don't know if Ken or Tom would like to comment on that as well.
Yeah, I think that's a fine idea. And I think there was a comment about, what can be compatible is restaurants that may be part and parcel of higher value, higher quality hotels. That tends to be a very compatible use. And if the right project could come along, it could be something that you all state as a priority.
Yeah,
on certain sites. Go ahead, Tom.
Fair to say that the hotel product that we recommended is not meant to be exclusively just hospitality in the context of rooms, but a restaurant, bar type of a facility with the ocean view. So any of the hotel sites that we suggested, we would highly recommend a restaurant as part of that on an upper level.
Yeah, another comment I was going to make is that when you do, for example, market Beach Boulevard, and potentially if you look at other sites for hotels down the road, there's a couple things that you could express interest in, and indeed say, the city or the council has, the part of their vision is to see something like this, which sends a signal to the development community. One is, I know, having been involved in the hotel development when I was working in the city of San Carlos, we actually couldn't even get a hotel on the site near 101 unless we got them a restaurant. So my imagination is, or my sense is, as Ken and Tom are talking about, that when you market Beach Boulevard and you potentially talk about other hotel sites, that the hoteliers, either in their own development or partnering with someone else, will probably want some sort of a restaurant amenity. Similarly, I know that last year the council was providing a tour, I believe it was former council member O'Neill, if I remember correctly, of sites that could be used for conference center and conference uses. And that's another thing where, again, I think if the council has an interest in that kind of amenity, that we should build that both into your marketing for Beach Boulevard and also your expression of interest of if there are other hotel developments in the future that you would encourage not only restaurants as part of that, but also perhaps conference facilities.
Yeah.
Again, if that's the sense of the council. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and probably for the quarry too. We can let other people opine. And the other thing to tie into that is, and I've heard this from several people who now work mostly out of their home, is having a space where they can have a meeting, where they can bring their clients to and so forth, because you can't do that in your home necessarily. And so the hotels could serve that as part of a conference center too. What other people think.
Councilmember Beer.
Oh, I was just gonna put some ideas out there about the sports edition, the addition of sports. Because we have like our surf contests, right? We have the skate park. Maybe like we could work with the hotels, like offer, I don't know. I mean, like deals for people to come in and have their swim meets or their surfing contests, or I don't know exactly what we're looking for when we were talking about the wording for that, but what do you
Is
think?
no one going to mention dog surfing? I just want to. Sorry.
Skate park? I mean, I don't know what we were thinking about there.
Well, it sounds like city manager is going to assist us in that conversation toward the end. Before we get there, I have a question from Councilmember Beckmeyer. Microphone, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what my question was. I wanted to know, I appreciate in the report that there's next steps, listed for each of the different things that are brought forward, but I'm particularly zeroing in on packet page 249, and I would like to know from city manager or assistant city manager where these next steps listed, and this is referring specifically to the Beach Boulevard site, what our timeline is around this. And I thought, I was kind of going through pages here, trying to find that timeline page, because I know that's a longer term. You had talked about within the next year to 2 years.
Well, one of the things that we are suggesting in this report, and I'll let the city manager and assistant manager comment as well, is that originally we talked about clearing the Beach Boulevard site as a short-term item and then marketing it medium-term. But as we talked to the Cosmont team, their suggestion, and again, they can comment on this as well, was that they felt that both of those things should be done short-term. And I think the discussion with them was basically, the city's already marketed this once, you already went through the SLA process once, and there seems to be consensus that you're willing to look at a hotel on the site. So rather than sort of stretching out the process, why not do these things together? And in the report, what we talk about is the notion of moving ahead with Beach Boulevard, initially doing the clearance process, which would involve having the property appraised so you can establish the fair market value, doing the 90 to 150-day noticing period to see if housing and or other public agencies would come forward and be interested in either leasing or buying the site at the appraised value you establish. And if they're not, then flipping that into a marketing plan, but doing it all short-term so that it all is one seamless process. I think as part of that, and again, picking up on some of the discussion we've heard tonight from the council, it may also be the case that we, again, depending on your thoughts, that we may want to keep it a little more open than just saying it's a hotel site, which again was one of the things that working with your staff that we talked about at the front end of this process of saying you could go out and say the city's thinking about this as a hotel site or a hotel site with a conference center and a nice restaurant, or you could be a little more open-ended with it. And again, that's, it could go either way. But to Councilmember Beckmeyer, to your question, I think the reason we were talking about changing the timing on Beach Boulevard is reacting to the Cosmont recommendation of why don't you guys just do all of this short term and then we can from start to finish do the whole thing. And I thought to me that there was a lot of logic to that as opposed to the original approach of clearing the site and then waiting to start marketing it. It's sort of like if you're going to clear it, just keep going.
Okay.
That was the thought.
Thank you.
So I'm going back to the Samtrans Park and Ride, which is on packet page 260. The opportunity that's listed as a retail pad viable, retail pad is viable or possible Airstream trailer hotel that requires minimal investment. This is where, we're having just seen our housing element. This is one of our key housing sites. And again, in my opinion, this is like a high-value site that would have ocean views, and an Airstream trailer hotel just doesn't seem like the right fit for that property.
I think the reason that we have the kind of low investment, the comment about the low investment there is because of the ownership by Caltrans. We were kind of operating under the assumption that they were unlikely to sell that site, that they would want to hang on to it for long term, and that they would only be willing to probably lease it, which is much more difficult financial deal to structure for a high investment, like a high-end hotel restaurant. So that was the logic. We don't know for sure, but I mean, certainly we wouldn't discourage the city from approaching Caltrans and seeing if they could dispose of the site, and you could attract a high-end hotel or high-end restaurant, used for that western side.
Yeah, and I would suggest in response to Councilmember Bowles' comments that if that is also the vision of the rest of the council, that you think that when the staff sits down with Caltrans to discuss this site and also talks to Samtrans about because I think the other variable in all this, and I think we actually heard from someone connected to Samtrans, was we have a lease on this thing and we're not going to terminate our lease tomorrow on it, or we have to find another park and ride site. So I think since no one has sat down yet with Caltrans, we don't really know where they are with this. But I think if there's specific direction from the council or specific things you'd like to see, and I'm clearly hearing that you're thinking something beyond the current idea is something you'd like to see, well, then I think we'd like to hear that tonight, and then we can, again, amend this list. The point of the study and also of the list is to surface potential ideas, but if you have different ideas or you'd like to see us expand what is being pursued, I think that's definitely worth doing.
I'm not opposed to the Airstream in this scenario where they still own it and we could lease part of it, but if we could buy it, I think it would be nice to do a much bigger project as much as we can.
It strikes me as an opportunity for housing and, maybe commercial on the ground level and housing on the top level. Strikes me as the more appropriate balance, but other council members may weigh in.
I'm intrigued by the notion, and we've heard it in some other venues, of flipping the retail to the top for exactly the reason of capitalizing on the views. So, I'm all for mixed, but I do think looking at the non-traditional flip for a coastal area, I think is worth looking into.
A restaurant at the top of that property would be amazing.
Like right here, Beach Chalet.
Yeah.
Turn those pumps into what looks like brewery containers downstairs.
I mean, you could do it like I think it's the Lighthouse restaurant that you have in Rockaway, where the restaurant is up above, and then, you could put the parking on the ground level and then build over it. So that would be one way to get the view.
And I just have one last question about the quarry site. So that's on page 252. I saw two different numbers in terms of the acreage, and I know you're just looking at the flat part of the site. One place I saw 20 acres, one place 39, so I wanted to clarify that. And obviously we have a reclamation plan coming, and some of that site, some of the flat areas are going to be wetland mitigation. But I'm also wondering about the actual quarry bowl, which you haven't talked about, and I think some of the previous proposals had buildings in there also, right? And so I know that doesn't necessarily fly with the current reclamation plan and all the soil that's being brought in, but I don't want to take that off the table, is all I'm saying. I think because that's really our biggest opportunity site that's left in the quarry.
I was just going to see if the Cosmont folks wanted to comment a bit on the quarry site.
I don't think I understand what was the question on the quarry site.
I think the larger acreage was the gross site, and we stayed focused on the flat portion of it because of a greater feasibility for developability. And I know that the we got some guidance as well from planning department on what part of the site could be most suitable for development. So the 20 acres is the developable portion as far as we could tell.
Yeah, I think some other comments I would offer is, as we were talking about this site, we were aware that the city is talking about a specific plan process for this site, and it's one of the reasons we put it off in terms of a long-term timeline rather than a short-term or medium-term, because we thought we're probably going to have to wait through that specific plan process to see how that goes. I think there was also some discussion with the Cosmont team on the notion of because of the size of that site, you could actually have different uses, which is similar to some of the comments I'm hearing from the council on other sites. Namely, it's probably big enough that it could be maybe the bungalow hotel concept and housing, or it could be and commercial. In other words, it's a big enough site that you, as you go through your specific plan process and the discussions with the property owners, you shouldn't necessarily be wed to it's just going to be one use. It could be 2 or 3 different use types, perhaps.
Any last questions or comments from council? Anyone want to make a motion?
If I could just jump in here prior to making that motion, and let me get back to, just wanted to be more specific regarding the expectations about attracting sporting events. So as you know, Pacifica doesn't have a lot of sports fields, and most are the school district, but the marketing of tournaments to come to Pacifica, et cetera, could be incorporated into opportunity number 2, which says promote, I'm looking actually at the timing list, opportunity number 2, promote events in districts. It mentions Sam's Castle, Sanchez Adobe, Sanchez Art Center, could incorporate, sporting events, some kind of economic development strategy that relates to drawing, again, people to town because of this, various fields that exist, or the beach, if there's other surfing events, that just trying to figure out how to make a recommendation in there, but get the word sporting events in there, but realizing that, building a huge sporting complex like Roseville is building is probably not in Pacifica's future, realistically. So, and costs an immense amount of money, and you're talking about public land in this case, and we have competing interests regarding public land. So.
That makes sense to me.
Councilmember Beer?
I do not have I don't have my light on.
No, you had the initial question. I wanted to make sure that satisfied the initial query you had. Thought you did.
I guess, but there's just so much more than just sporting events, because it's actually the recreation part too, as well, because we have the skate park and other things. So I feel like it needs its own little number.
I think there are other things like the swimming tournaments that already bring in money here because people stay in the hotels, they eat. The soccer tournaments that, you go to Foster City and they have massive soccer tournaments there. They do have more fields. The beach, the hiking, kind of the whole sporting thing altogether. Yeah, the skate park, like you said.
So I think what I heard you say was add another number in there specifically about sports.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that could be like number 35. Yes.
Okay.
Sounds good. We've got consensus.
Okay.
A motion, please. I move we receive and accept the final report and list of opportunities and timing of the Pacifica Economic Opportunity Study.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you,
for all-
team, our
Thank
Cosmont
you,
folks,
as
Mr.
always.
Mora, And staff, thank you all for the extraordinary amount of work you have clearly put into this report. This item, Pacifica.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. This brings us to the Pacifica Police Department's first annual RIPA report. Proposed action, receive the Pacifica Police Department's first annual Racial and Identity Profiling Act report. Have a staff report, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Big Stick and council members. My name is Captain Chris Clements. I'm here as your acting chief of police. With me is Captain Bill Glasgow. We last presented this item to council in April of last year with Chief Steidel. We're going to do a little review. In 2015, Assembly Bill 953 was passed. It created certain data collection and submission responsibilities for California law enforcement agencies. This bill requires that each state and local agency that employs peace officers to annually report to the California Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, data on all stops as defined, conducted by technical difficulties, the agency's peace officers, and require the data to include specific information. The required reporting timeline is based on the size of the law enforcement agency. As is the case with other agencies in San Mateo County, the first reporting date to the Department of Justice for the Pacifica Police Department will be in April of this year, to include data that was collected in the calendar year 2022. In January of 2022, the Pacifica Police Department began reporting to the Department of Justice well ahead of our legal mandate. The police department staff spent the majority of 2021 preparing to meet the requirements of RIPA data reporting. This process involved purchasing upgrades to our records management system, training of our staff, and extensive testing to assure that required data was captured, processed, and transmitted to the Department of Justice. Final testing of the program was conducted in the fourth quarter of 2021. The testing involved assuring that our officers were entering the data properly after each stop, that the supervisors were able to view and approve the data entered into the record management system, and that our records personnel were able to review data and then successfully transmit that data to the Department of Justice. The final part of testing was to assure that the Department of Justice agreed the data that we had submitted met the requirements under AB 953. While RIPA data collection has increased the workload of our staff, particularly our records personnel, the department has been successful in implementing this important program.
RIPA data is required to be collected by an officer during any stop. Means by 1, a detention by a police officer of a person, 2, any peace officer interaction with a person in which the peace officer conducts a search, including a consensual search of the person's body or property in person's possessions and or control. A detention means a seizure of a person by an officer that results from a physical restraint, unequivocal verbal commands, or words or conduct by an officer that would result in a reasonable person believing that he or she is not free to leave or otherwise disregard the officer. Next slide. The following data is required to be collected on each stop: perceived age, race, gender, disabilities of the person, date, time, location of the stop, and the reason for the stop. Actions taken during the stop can include a search of information, evidence found, property seized, and the result of the stop. While there are only 8 items listed, each item has subcategories that must be addressed by the officers. Each stop requires 21 to 31 questions to be answered, with at least a maximum of up to 125 data points the officer to consider and determine, if applicable, to report. Police Department staff currently reports required data of the Department of Justice at least twice a month, well ahead of our April 23 legal requirement. This also allows our staff to identify any errors in the reporting processes and address small errors before they become larger issues. The next phase of the Pacifica Police Department RIPA data collection program involved taking raw data reported to the Department of Justice, all the categories that I just listed, and compiling an easy-to-read and understandable format that can be presented to the community using the police department's website. Our staff worked in collaboration with several other police agencies in San Mateo County to develop this report format. The data will be posted. Quarterly beginnings with the data of the second quarter of 2022. Links will be provided on the police department website for the community to view each quarterly report, with an annual report posted at the beginning of the following year. While not required by law, the quarterly postings of RIPA data will serve to increase transparency.
This report includes the data for the 2022 calendar year related to the perceived race and gender of persons stopped, their perceived age, and if the officer perceives a disability. The report also will indicate the reason for the stop, actions taken by the officer during the stop, and the result of the stop, using the Department of Justice definitions for these acts. So what we have here on the board is the first page of the stop data report. This is the public-facing report format that was developed in collaboration with other agencies in San Mateo County that have the same reporting timeline. This page indicates the reason for the stop, actions taken during the stop, and the second page includes the result of the stop. The following pages has a pie chart indicating the perceived race in the individual. The following page is a perceived gender in a pie chart as well, perceived age, and perceived disability. So where can our community members find these reports? They're conveniently posted on the police department's website on our transparency webpage. They're indicated by the yellow arrow on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. The transparency webpage has quarterly reports as well as additional links for information about Racial Identity Profiling Act. Additional resources include the California Commission on Peace Officer Standing and Training page dedicated to the RIPA Act, and the Office of the Attorney General's webpage on the Department of Justice website. Our police department cannot be effective without the trust of our community, and staff will continue to seek opportunities to provide effective, innovative training for our officers related to de-escalation, bias, and social justice issues. This RIPA report is the first presentation of stop data in this format and the result of 2 years of work by our staff to comply with requirements under the Racial Identity Profiling Act. The process continues to be a work in progress as we strive to use this as another platform to demonstrate transparency and to increase the trust within our community. And if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Captain. Any questions from council? I have one question, and it relates to the perceived gender pie chart, in which it struck me as very, very binary, which I was just curious, why is that?
So as it proceeds to perceived gender, so there are a number of sections that the officers are calculating, are recording. So they're recording if they perceive the individual as male or female, transgender male, transgender female, gender nonconforming, or LGBT. For 8,800 contacts, when we calculated how many of those instances officers observed folks that were not male or female, those numbers were well below 1%, and therefore it didn't appear on our pie chart, but there's certainly another way that we could display that data. Specifically, we determined that individuals were perceived as trans male in 0.07% of contacts, perceived as trans female in 0.09% of contacts, and perceived as non-binary in 0.05% of those contacts, which didn't display on the pie chart.
Are the actual numbers of these perceived individuals on one of the other two lists that are shown? Because I don't think I read it on one of them, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, it did not show up on the report. We were displaying that information in a pie chart, but we could certainly add that information in a different manner to display it in future reports.
Thank you very much. That was my question. Councilmember Beer.
Thank you for your report. And I hate the fact that it has to be perceived, but I understand that that's the only data that you can collect. So I'll get past that eventually. It's really hard for me. And I'm just curious if your officers, and what kind, I know you have a lot of training, but do you receive training like the SOGI training, like the sexual orientation, gender identity training that's offered through like our Pride Centers or?
So I haven't attended that particular training, so it's hard for me to compare that to the training I received as a police officer.
Okay.
I can tell you that during the post-basic academy that our officers are required, and this is a state mandate, to complete a course on cultural diversity that does include interacting with folks of different gender identities, individuals in the LGBTQ community and things of that nature.
Thanks, I appreciate the answer. I know that we constantly need more training because there's new things happening all the time. And I also just wanted to comment on the amount of stops versus, the action that's taken. And I think that there's been a lot of perception in our community about our law enforcement that says, you're biased and you're making these stops and you're, using unnecessary force, and the data's not showing that at all. And so it's really important for us to have this data so that when we talk to our communities about our law enforcement, we have numbers to back it up. And so thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, because I think when you're looking at almost 9,000 contacts, 0 resulted in a citizen's complaint to our department. And I think that goes to show to the hard work and professionalism of the officers that we have working the streets every single day.
Amen. Thank you so much.
I'm going to open it up to public comment now. I don't have any cards on this item, though anyone in the audience is welcome to speak. Emily, do we have anyone on the lines?
There are no raised hands.
No raised hands. I don't see anyone hopping up, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Bowles.
I didn't even turn my light on. I just want to thank you for all the work. I know this was a lot of new software and new training and new procedures to record all this. And I can't believe all the stuff you have to record for one stop. I mean, I would think you'd stop people less, right? Just because it's so much work. I wanted to just ask if anything surprised you or your department, as you got the data and looked at it.
I don't think I was surprised by anything. I think that it was helpful for us when we have these conversations, as Councilmember Beer talked about. We have the data here. It's on our website, so anyone can go and take a look at it. It's posted quarterly now. So we invite anybody to take a look at the transparency portal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, it's just really good to see you both.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amen to that. I appreciate that we didn't direct the extra work. Nonetheless, I think the extra work is really appreciated, so thank you all for doing it. I had a brief comment about just reading the pie chart on perceived disability. It was kind of hard to break out the percentages, and the more nuanced, the better, but it's the first one, and I appreciate the amount of work that went in it to begin with, so thank you.
I agree with Mary Beer that this is so important for the community to see all these numbers because of perception, and it's not there. And also, I wondered if the blind person was actually driving.
I couldn't say.
It's getting late.
Don't think I didn't have the same thought. Okay, so I do think we need a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Oh.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Discussion.
For it.
Please vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, gentlemen. For a brief moment, the motto of our police department flashed across the screen, and I'm so honored to be in the presence of people who are holding true to that spirit of service in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 9, process and timeline for review of commission and committee charters. Proposed action, discuss and provide direction to the city manager about the process and timeline for review of commission and committee charters. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I have a presentation I want to run through the main portions of it, try to be brief during this presentation. And the recommended action, as just mentioned, to receive direction about the process and timeline the council wishes to undertake in your council priority for this fiscal year, to begin this fiscal year, which was to review commission and committee charters. And the list of the various committees and commissions are shown on the screen and in the report. And in the report as well, there's some brief background to help inform the conversation, and that relates to some of the language about why commissions and committees exist as advisory bodies to the city council to help the city council in the conduct of its business, and a point that commissions and committees are a very essential part of local governance and getting work done. And they're also very staff-intensive bodies subject to the Brown Act. So the discussion about what they're to do and forming commissions and committees or revising them or new ones is actually a pretty weighty topic to be undertaken, and it's a very important one. So as I was digging into recommendations about this process, you'll see that it can be a very time-consuming and lengthy process to go through it all again. But we're at a very opportune time to do this because the council is undertaking its strategic planning for a long-term vision for the city, long-term mission. And so it's a good time to visit, are the commission and committees doing the work that the council needs them to do at this point in time? So the way this is organized is to identify some of the issues about process and timeline, and I think there's 4 or 5 questions in the report, and I'll run through them briefly here. The first is there's going to, in this process, need to be some back and forth between the committees and commissions and the city council. So how should the process be structured to identify what should be reviewed and potentially changed in any given committee commission charter? And the options A, B, and C that are identified here address the essential elements of that process, but just in different potential orders. And let me mention the elements. One is that there's discussion and information or input from the commission and committee itself. There's staff analysis that will need to occur about ideas or recommendations in revising charters. There's initial council direction at some point, or just council direction. And then, as you know, when we're doing significant detailed staff work that's involving resolutions and revising of other, documents, it's important to get that direction before we spend the staff time and the city attorney time in finalizing those documents and bringing them back to council approval. So those are the kind of 4 essential components, and A, B, and C are just different order of input. So in A, does each committee commission staff liaison tee up for the committee commission to discuss this topic and get input, and then we do analysis and we bring it to council for direction, and then we get the direction, and then we bring back what the final action is? Or do we do some initial staff analysis? This is item B. Do we do some initial staff analysis based on our experience and what we've previously heard from commissions and committees, and bring that forward to the council for discussion, and then take that discussion and input to the committee and committee or commission, and get that input, and then bring it back for council direction, and then follow up. So there's many steps, right? So this is what the council needs to discuss and give us direction on. The other idea thrown out here is there a case where you might hold a joint study session between the committee and commission and the council, and have that joint study session, then staff analysis, bring it back for council direction, and then final documents, or some other hybrid for all this. Perhaps surveying committees and commissions first, in some form. Council members can think of different options. So that's the first one, is what is the order of this process going to be? And I can go through each of these, and then we can come back and discuss each one of them. The second, in talking to the commissions and committees, is the council interested now to identify a kind of uniform list of charter-related questions or topics for staff analysis and the commission and committee discussion? And some of the ideas here are, the idea is council says, here's some basic uniform questions we want each committee and commission to give input on, such as, we're not expecting wholesale revisions to the purpose of the committee or commission, but what focused suggestions to amend the council-directed scope of responsibility for the commission or committee could be made, particularly keeping in mind what the city's strategic plan is. That's one question. Does the commission committee have the correct number of members, considering quorum issues or recruitment challenges and representation of skill set amongst those members? And are there other challenges consistently encountered by a commission or committee based on their experience within their area of responsibility that they would like be addressed? So question number 2 for the council is, there's sort of a set of uniform questions that can be focused on. Now, related to this whole commission and committee process, call it our commission committee advisory system, there's a whole bunch of other potential work tasks that are also invoked. So for example, there's a commission and committee handbook. Just like we recently updated the council rules and code of ethics, commission and committee handbook needs to be updated as well. Number one, so it's consistent with the council rules and code of ethics. But as you experienced with the update of that document, that in itself is a significant amount of work, but that's something that eventually should be done. And this is just a list of other items that could be done now, that could be done in the future, or pushed off. To revisit recruitment timelines and term expirations for committees and commissions to increase recruitment efficiencies is another thing that could really help. It seems like every other month we're doing recruitments and special meetings to interview them and then recommendations. Is there a more efficient system that would be better for that? Another topic is revisiting the purpose and structure of council liaisons to commissions and committees. As the council's heard before, that's a very unique thing to have in a city, and what is the purpose and role of a liaison? To address a process and timeline for annual progress reports from commissions and committees and annual work plan approval by the council. That varies from commission to committee. Every year we do a progress report from commissions and committees, but what we haven't done, except for the Economic Development Committee, is where a commission and committee's work plan for the next year comes to the council to be approved. And a best practice would be that happens every year, or maybe every 2 years, if you wanted to, do a 2-year timeline on that. This is sort of, I threw this in here because it's very important, and it was talked about earlier in legislation, but if the state allows to have virtual commission and committee meetings, that might be a way that could help quorum but is dependent on state law, meeting room technology, et cetera. And then final item that could be looked at as well is clarify training expectations and budget for committee, commission members, that is like professional development budget. Again, not something that's robustly developed in our current advisory system, but it's a very important topic that commission and committee members know their expectations and are trained on those, and receive, appropriate support and budget. This also invokes a budgetary aspect. And then the final question for discussion is, now having heard how involved this process can be, should the review be phased with 1 or 2 commission committees at a time, and if so, in what order? Or alternatively, are there some commissions and committees that may only warrant a limited and quicker review, and such as focus review of the number of members and representation? So if the thought is to do all commissions and committees, the recommendation that I throw out there is that we could look at targeting the end of June to look at the Open Space Parkland Advisory Committee charter and the Library Advisory Committee charter, and the report talks about the reasoning for that. Number one, OSPAC identified an issue they'd like the council to discuss. So, they've gone through that sort of committee discussion already about it. And the Library Advisory Committee, just in our work plan related to library education and our next step towards a GO bond measure for new library facilities, it's important timing right now to reform them and refocus the Library Advisory Committee. So I would throw out there for consideration to handle those first. And then in the next quarter, in other words, by the end of September 23, maybe look at beautification, the Economic Development Committee, and Emergency Preparedness. And then by the end of December, PB&R and Planning Commission. Those are just recommendations about phasing and timing. What I think I'm getting at here is that this is going to be a long process to try to cover all the commissions and committees, and staff-intensive process in several different departments, including the city manager's office. And so we can't bite it off all at one. It would be, just with everything else we have going on, it'd be very difficult to do that. Finally, the report identifies alternatives, which is to don't undertake reviews of charters at this time due to the many other high priority items that we're working on. Only identify 1 or 2 reviews at this time, or undertake only limited and quicker reviews at this time, more focused reviews than this whole comprehensive process. So I think I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager. So I feel like maybe most of the discussion up here will happen on the other side of public comment, although I'll open it up for council questions in a moment. But I just wanted to remind council, if not the public, that essentially this is the meeting to have the meeting. And so what we're really not discussing tonight are questions of specific charter alterations. It's appreciated that I think the reason we kind of put this on the work plan was because of a particular commission. But that having been said, we're not getting into those specifics tonight. This is the meeting to figure out the process about how we're going to have more meetings. So just bear that in mind. And initial questions from council. We'll start with Councilmember Beer.
I just wanted to say that I have so many questions and comments, so be ready for that, and I'm fine to go after public comment.
Sounds good. Any other initial questions for staff?
I have one, or actually 2. Have all the commissions and committees asked to have their charter reviewed? I know OSPAC has, I know the Library Commission has. I got some preliminary feedback from Emergency Preparedness, and they'd like to review something on theirs too. But do we have to look at all of them? Is my question. Have they been asked, or or that's something that we would take back to our committees when we meet with them moving forward.
Yeah, as far as I know, at this point in time, not all of the commissions and committees have asked for this review. This was more directed by the council,
Okay.
except for the exception of OSPAC, who did ask that.
Okay. And then one thing I was talking about with the Pacifica Climate Committee and some staff this afternoon is the idea of maybe adding another commission related to climate and sustainability. Obviously, we have our CAP that we'll be talking about at a later meeting, so we don't need to discuss all this right now, but you know, that's like a work plan, but then there's reporting, and then there's other projects and so forth that could continue, that I know we don't have a lot of staff that are, you know, sustainability focused, and that's something that the community could help with as well. So, and I don't know if there might be others, but, you know, that's, while we're talking, I think that's another good question, is whether anything's missing.
So I'm unclear on actually what the question was there, but what I heard was, does the council want to consider adding a new commission or committee?
We can certainly talk about that on the other side of public comment if you see a place where we might innovate in such a fashion. Any other questions before turning it to public? Okay, we're going to public comment. I do have 3 cards in front of me, starting with Gail Benton Shoemaker, followed by Joanne Arnos and Patricia Kramer.
Hello. My name is Gail Benton Shoemaker, and I am currently serving on the PB&R Commission. I was heartened to read in the staff report on this agenda item that besides advising the council, commissions and committees serve as a vehicle to provide public input into city's programs and policies in order to broaden public involvement. Citizens serve on commissions and committees because they care about their city and they want to contribute. It is important to value their volunteer time and make the most of it. I have served on committees elsewhere where it became clear that the only purpose was to rubber stamp previously made decisions. This should never be the case in Pacifica's commissions and committees. In fact, committee and commission members could alleviate the increasing workload of city staff by taking on short-term initiatives. Currently, citizens are researching short-term rental ordinances and climate action plans in other cities to give staff vital information so Pacifica can move forward with these important efforts. Recently, a short-term PB&R committee was proposed for the Commission's work plan that would primarily publicize the new tree ordinance to tree companies and others. This effort would help protect homeowners who are unaware of the new ordinance. Staff is working hard to implement this new ordinance and really has no time to publicize it. The process of creating this committee has been unclear and inconclusive. I understand the Economic Development Committee has created several subcommittees without going through an extensive approval process. I would like to request that every commission and committee, together with their associated staff, be able to create short-term subcommittees. If the council undergoes reviews of commissions and committees, I think the process should first be include input from current members of committees and commissions. Then the council deliberates before giving direction to staff. Please make this a collaborative process with those choosing to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Joanne Arnos, followed by Patricia Kramer.
Good evening. I am the co-chair of the Open Space and Parkland Committee. We sent, the chair sent a letter to mayor and city manager to say that because she has COVID, that I would be the speaker for OSPAC. I just want to be sure we have that clear before You say I'm out of line. I didn't want to start that with you immediately. Anyway, with that being said, we have given you the packet. We have given you letters. The public has given you letters. We requested that we come to the table with you for an open space parkland study, and that happened a year and a half ago at your goal setting, and you were kind enough to say that at least we're on the agenda. We so appreciate that. We appreciated Mayor Bear for bringing that forward. As you know, that our mandate is from 2015, that many of the items on that mandate have been accomplished and completed. And we feel that with COVID and the times, the culture that has changed here in the city and going forward, it's pertinent that we have more of ability to advise in terms of the development of property and open space and parklands, especially HPD. And we want to be involved in the process, and that will hopefully be worked out with you, where we just want to collaborate. We don't have an agenda. We have, as I said in the packet, is our new mandate that you can review. But as my time is wrapping up, the public has requested that we be more involved. Through COVID, we've had many, many more audience from the community to come to our meetings. They're concerned, they read the newspaper, they hear rumors, what's happening, oh my God, we're not going to. And so they think we are a resource. We feel like we're a resource, and we have passion, and we want to be committed to being in the process. And so we could be a conduit to you, much more valuable in the process going forward. And I understand the pressure the city's under with the mandates that's coming down the road for building. But you know, open space is the essence, and parklands are the essence of our community, essence of the soul of the community. And I can't stress to you enough of how important it is. And I know you all live here, so you know how important it is. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Joanne. Pat?
Do I start?
Please do state your name
Okay.
for the record.
I am Patricia Kramer, and I live in Sharp Park, actually in the same house where I grew up. Last year at the public input portion of the goal setting in March, I made an impassioned plea to the City Council and city staff to encourage meaningful public participation in helping to design city policies. Use the expertise that citizen volunteers can bring to help design policies. Pacifica has a well-established history of this, and we've never had money. True, public discussions can be inefficient in use of time and energy, but there also is the potential to make the process of setting policies more efficient. We do not need to rely only on consultants to do our thinking. For example, this week's Tribune had an article written by Eileen Campbell outlining a transportation demand management plan conceived by Nick Nahas. His ideas could serve as a straw man for a focused public discussion. The discussion could then result in a working paper that summarized ideas representing both group consensus and the range of other ideas and opinions. As an active member of the Pacifica Historical Society, I tend to look at city issues through a historical lens. After all, I took up residence in Sharp Park in 1947, a few days after I was born, to parents who had already lived here for several years. My Pacifica roots are deep. I have a recent example that may make my point clearer. In the draft housing element, several locations have been put forward as potential sites for new housing. One of the sites, number 26, is west of the Valimar entrance across Highway 1. In 1963, highway workers dug up Indian bones and artifacts where they were working. It is likely that these things were associated with the small village of Timotak. I don't have an answer precisely how knowing these facts will affect the development of the proposed low-income housing, but there are probably well-defined land use restrictions that will complicate building more than 100 units being proposed on surplus Caltrans land. We need to consider the history of this area to be able to do the right kind of planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Emily?
We have one raised hand from Clifford Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, please state your name for the record. It occurs to me, even in Zoom, you don't see the timer, so I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left.
All right. This is actually a lot easier than the phone thing. Thank you very much. You don't know how much I appreciate this. Good evening to you all. First, as you may have seen if you saw my note today, I want to thank you all for your service. I also want to thank those volunteers who participate on our city's commissions and committees. We're grateful for their time and their efforts. My counsel to you this evening is, please begin this process with a review of maybe one or two. Mostly, since it was initiated by Aspect, I would ask you to focus on their petition. While city staff reportedly pointed to a shortage of staff personnel and time, we asked these volunteers to review and advise. It's time we let them do something a little more than advise or recommend. How many times have we been attending, listening to one of these meetings when we heard somebody say, well, it's only a recommendation ahead of the taking of a vote? I'm sorry, but to me, I always felt we were devaluating their efforts, saying it's only a recommendation. I'd like to see that we give them the tools they need to do the job we've asked them to do and give them the resources they need. This is time. It's time. The Aspect Charter, in particular, strengthen the role of that committee. It's my hope the staff will not see this as a reduction of their influence on City Council in any way. We need more eyes and more deliberation. This is our opportunity. Years ago.
1 minute.
Okay. Several times I had the blessing and opportunity to interview U.S. Senator Jennings Randolph at he was then the oldest serving member of the U.S. Congress. There was never a time I interviewed him that he did not say it wasn't a problem, it was an opportunity. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Cliff.
We have two additional raised hands. The next one is Jay Crawford, 249229.
Mr. Crawford, please state your name for the record, and I will let you know when you have a minute left.
Unmute. Sorry about that. I was having problems unmuting. My name is Jay Crawford. I'm the vice chair on the Emergency Commission. And some of the members of the commission would like to take another look at our mission. But in general, I think the basic question is our commission meeting your needs? In fact, I think that's the bottom line. I like the idea of breaking it down into small components so that not all the commissions are being reviewed at the same time. I think that's a wise move. I do think that having a commission serve to advise the council is a appropriate as opposed to actually making any kind of decisions that affect the city. We need to keep the decision-making down to a minimum amount of people, and that would be you and the city manager. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Jay.
Next is Gail and Pete Shoemaker.
Mr. Pete Shoemaker, I'm guessing, if I'm wrong, please correct me, state your name for the record.
Yes, my wife is already there, so I didn't change the unmute, my fault. Yeah, it's Pete Shoemaker from Valmar. Again, our staff, the lack of staff time is really upsetting our democracy in a way that nobody intends. Things don't get done because of staff time, and the vital progress of our democracy and the city council is getting hampered. So the thing is here is to work smarter, not harder. We need to maximize staff time. So we've got to think creatively on this in ways we haven't done before. So what if, in addition to all these committee things, we had a liaison? Let's say we had a small part-time position of somebody who was the conduit, the point person between all the committees and the city. And that person then would go around to the committee meetings each month or each week and take notes. No sense in paying a high salaried staff person to give their extra nights and take notes and take minutes. And then they would, synthesize the essential questions and boil things down. And then they would have the contact with the city and then funnel these requests in and out to try to make it efficient. Now, you get an idea of thinking creatively here. There's a lot of people who would either take a small paid position or even a volunteer position who are quite competent to do that. So let's say tonight was a proposal for a grant for a solar app that would speed up the permitting process. Well, that person would then, in addition to the committees, go out and get the information for that app, and then the city would request, we need this information, and then that people would research it. It would come back through. So it serves two purposes. One, to get generally people involved outside of committees and also inside committees. I'm talking in general terms, but that's the kind of creative thinking we need to think outside the box to minimize the staff time and to get the citizen volunteers involved. So please, think of ways to do it. I know you're thinking right now that another position, there's contract papers, but really it's possible to do something like that with a small investment of staff time, which would save a whole lot of time down the road. So again, think out of the box, think creative, and see if you can maximize the city and minimize the staff time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
There are no other raised hands.
Last call for folks from the audience. Seeing no one, I will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation. The time is now 10:50. I know that on item number 10, I'm going to want at least 5, if not 10 minutes to discuss something in particular, along with staff report, and I do have one card from the public for item number 10. So within the context of a discussion we're about to have, and the point is well taken, Council Member Beer, that you know in advance that your comments will be robust, it might behoove you to be the one to make the motion to extend us as appropriate.
All right. I move to extend the meeting till 11:45.
So moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote to extend the meeting to 11:45 passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Would you like to begin our discussion?
I would, yeah. Thank you so much. Having sat on a committee and commission, and then really listening to the members of OSPAC over the last couple of years that I was the liaison, it became apparent to me that it is due time for us to really take a look at the charters of our committee and commissions, and I would actually like to add the Youth Advisory Board to this list. And for me, I really want to know what our commissioners think. Like, I have a list of questions that I would like our commissioners to answer, and I'm just going to go down them, and just so you know, so they're on the record. One, what process would allow for the most opportunity for council to learn from committees and commissions? How can commissioners have more opportunities to actively participate and innovate? What is working, what isn't working? Do current commissioners feel fulfilled and feel like their work is meaningful? How can committees and commissions assist on educating and outreach to our community? So I have a lot of questions, and I really want to hear from our current commissioners about their experience. Like, are they feeling like their time is valuable and that their time is well spent and that they're actually contributing to what we are all trying to do, right? I know this is going to take a lot of time, and I'm wondering if an ad hoc committee for us might be a good idea, just to take a look at whatever we come up with, a survey or however we want to gather the information from our committees and commissions. So that was just one thought I had. So I'm just going to go down the thing. I think we're going to need to have study sessions with the commissions. I think it's really important that we go little by little in little chunks. We know how much work our city staff has right now, and so I'm happy to spread it out over not only this year, but next year, depending on how far we get, because I want it to be thorough and effective. And so the best way for us to do that, I'm really happy to hear from all of you about that and what you think. I'm excited to take a new look at this. I see the excitement in our Economic Development Committee members, and they are innovative, and they have work groups, and they are motivated, and that is an energy that I haven't felt in quite a while in our committee and commissions, personally, well, besides OSPAC, obviously, right? But so those little things have really led to just that desire to see what we can do together. That's my little soapbox.
My initial kind of feed off of that is what I took of what you said was it might be an interesting concept to explore just doing one at a time. And so my initial question for staff based on what you said is, Kevin, would it be more difficult or less difficult if we just did one at a time? And I appreciate that there might be a kind of a time constraint with the Library Advisory Committee because we have to get it up and running again. And I think that the reason we're talking about this to begin with is OSPAC, so we kind of want to start there. So maybe in the beginning it's a twofer as it's recommended in the staff report. But going forward, maybe past those, is a one at a time approach something that would be less staff labor intensive, or would it actually elongate staff needs in a way that would not be helpful?
Unless I'm missing some aspect of it, and I'll open for input from department directors if I do miss something, I would think that doing them one at a time would be less staff intensive, just because, you might have, theoretically, you could have a committee and or a commission in different departments that have different staff liaisons, but all of the analysis and information flows through the city manager's department, and it demands all of council agenda time and your time, et cetera. So doing them one at a time is probably less staff intensive.
And I don't know if there's going to be a committee or a commission that feels like, we don't need to look at anything, but that's an idea. And what I heard a lot of from the community was the two at a time approach is likely more appropriate. So maybe even one at a time might be a way to kind of make sure there's as little stress as possible.
Mayor, if I could add, the city attorney just did put a little tickle in my ear, which is that those processes, like revising the commission committee handbook, or there might be other related processes that relate to all the commissions and committees, should be done maybe at the end then, or because it might be difficult to intermix that.
Very good.
I could see holding study sessions an hour before our meeting for each individual group, I would like to see what they have to say first and bring that back to us, then have a study session, and then go to the staff to analyze. It's just a thought.
So like some kind of survey first, and then a study session with the committee and commission?
Yes.
So basically, for question one, it's option C, but just adding the survey. I like having the study session too, so that we can actually have a dialogue instead of two separate conversations, and, you know, we can follow up and clarify.
Thank you. I was just going to ask you to do that.
Well, and again, I know a lot of this is focused on process and, you know, updating the handbook and things like that, but I'm going to, again, stress, I really want to know how our commissioners are feeling. And so having some kind of way to ask those kind of questions would make me feel like I'm doing my job.
And I feel like that falls under the heading of the second question. Does council want to identify a uniform list of charter-related questions, topics for staff analysis? And it sounds like you have some great ideas in terms of what those questions might be. And so just starting by putting those list of questions in our staff liaison's hands to distribute and bring back sounds like a great way to begin.
I guess that's what, in my mind, was an ad hoc for us to sit down and actually create a survey and bring it back to see if that's okay with the rest of you, but that's, I don't know if that's too much. Because I would like to be involved in creating the questions for the survey.
I don't have a problem with the idea. I think it's a good one. I'm going to, you know, turn the question back to staff. Do you see any problems with that? And I am sensitive to staff time, and so my questions are often and almost always going to be, does that make life substantially more difficult for you? Is it another piece in the process that, from your professional opinion, might clarify our process further?
And specifically, you're asking about the ad hoc committee process?
Yes.
I guess I have a question for the city attorney, whether council tonight can identify the scope of work for an ad hoc and appoint that tonight, or would we need to bring that back?
We would need to bring that back.
Okay, well, that would be the first step. We need to bring back an item for the council to identify an ad hoc committee and then work with them on the survey questions. My question about process related to surveying committees and commissions is there's a significant difference between receiving individual input from commission and committee members versus a commission committee body decision, which is something they would agendize, publicly discuss, and then vote and give direction on as to what the desire is or the survey response of those questions from the entire commission committee.
I'm like, can we do both? Can we do both individual and get information from the body, depending on the kinds of questions?
I think it's important to remember, if I could just jump in, that if you are getting information from a commission, then it needs to be from a majority of the commission.
Okay.
If you just want public comment, which is what you would receive from individuals because they can't represent the body, then that is how you would get input individually.
Okay. Thank you. That clarifies it.
I think from the questions that you were posing, which I liked, those were more individual answers, a lot of it, you know, about.
Well, I also think it could be a discussion.
Yeah.
Right? Like if we were to say to each other, do you feel fulfilled? And then they could gather answers to that kind of question as a body. I think that might still be able to work.
And this isn't necessarily legal, but to that comment, you can get individual comments during your joint study sessions from the individual commission members at that point.
Okay.
And then you would know what to do with it as opposed to that's an individual's comment versus that's the consensus of the commission. So that is a way to get both individual comments as well as a consensus of the body itself during your joint study sessions.
I also had the notion in my mind that, you know, if you send those surveys out in advance, then when any given body holds their meeting to discuss it as an agendized item for any one of their meetings, you know, then the folks can discuss their conclusions with one another to reach group consensus before it comes back to us as a joint study session.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Okay.
It sounds to me like we want to ask for an agenda item. If you want to do it ad hoc, that would need to be on the next agenda, right? To make the survey, right? That's one. And to that end, I would ask that we incorporate something about skill set. I'm looking at question 2, item B. Does the committee or commission have the correct number of members, considering quorum and/or recruitment challenges, if any, and representation? I'm not sure this is the right place to put it, but I do think that in specifically the case of the Beautification Advisory Committee, but also at the EDC, there have been requests for certain things, like we want to have small business people, people who own a small business in Pacifica, has been stated over time with EDC. And beautification, it was stated, we want someone with landscape design, landscape architect or landscape design expertise. We want someone with expertise in native and drought-tolerant plants. And I'm just speaking to the ones that I know, but perhaps other committees have similar requests. So somewhere we need to address that.
Right, yeah, I appreciate that. And then also like attendance, right? So that's like bylaws or something, the handbook, right?
And I was going to just add to Councilmember Beckmeyer's comments that by the word representation, that's what staff was talking about, knowing that some of those, specific skill sets were, had risen with some of the committees and commissions.
While we're on the topic, I also liked C under the various questions we could ask. I did not innovate a new question, but I thought, are there challenges consistently encountered with the areas of responsibility was a good question in general.
Yeah, I agree.
I think I would add to that, or structure, maybe, because I know in the case of Library Advisory Committee, we had designated seats for representation by different groups in town.
Oh, yeah.
But then they had a hard time meeting the meeting night. So then we didn't have that representation. We've had challenges over time, not just recently, but over time with consistent representation from the Chamber of Commerce for EDC. The idea that we want to have representation from these groups or a specific connection to these groups maybe could be accomplished in a different way than having the group provide a person. Because when the group provides a person, sometimes they don't come.
Yeah.
And it also creates challenges in terms of the issue of attendance, because if they go, well, if our person doesn't come, they don't come. But we need them for quorum. We need, robust discussion and decision-making, and so that's where the structure of some of the committees might need a once-over.
Do you feel like you got enough feedback? Do you want us to go down all the sections for you? Kevin, what do you think?
Well, the first thing that I'm hearing clearly is interest in appointment of an ad hoc committee to work in developing questions that will be posed to the committees and commissions. What I'm not clear on is whether that's going to be, those questions will be then agendized for each commission and committee for public meeting discussion or individual survey, because I heard different comments about that. I also heard interest in, for each commission and committee, doing a joint study session. And so is that the starting point? So is the survey, I'm trying to synthesize thoughts here. If the ad hoc committee develops a list of questions, so it expands on this number 2 here with the ideas, Councilmember Veer, that you had mentioned and others, then those could be distributed to the commissions and committees in advance of the joint study session and then are talked about at the joint study session. So there's not a step of a commission committee meeting first. The real, it's a joint study session with council. That's the first step, the first meeting step.
Except the distribution, like you said, sorry, the distribution of the items first, like the questions, so that they know ahead what we're going to talk about.
Which would be the equivalent of, you know, a staff report for the joint study session, saying here's the questions that the council's interested in discussing with you at the joint study session.
And so my idea was, and I'm not sure how strongly it comports, once we have that list of the questions for them, staff liaison would advance of their meeting distribute to them that list of questions so that each individual member is thinking on it. Then they would go to their respective meeting. And as a group, you know, as OSPAC, discuss those questions together so that by the time after that they come to a joint study session between them and us, they'd already have an idea as a group what the general answer to those questions are. And we could start from there.
That would make our meeting more efficient, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, so that sounds like ad hoc committee, develop questions for commissions and committees. If we're ordering the number, say we're doing 1 or 2 to start with, we distribute, we agendize that commission or committee meeting. The staff report is saying, here's the questions that we want you to discuss and vote on, what your position is in preparation for the joint study session, which is the next step. You know, that the information from that commission committee meeting comes back to staff, analysis, prepare the joint study session staff report. Here's what OSPAC said about these questions. That's what the staff report analyzes. We have a joint study session, conversation, direction from council.
Yeah,
Sounds good to me.
me too.
And I think there could be different questions for different committees. So the ad hoc committee would have to develop questions for each individual committee, because some of them might vary.
So the, yes, the ad hoc committee could develop a uniform set of questions that go to each of them, and then maybe specific questions for each committee or commission.
Cool.
And when we get to a point of council decision, I just, and/or vote, I want to make sure that we have consensus, or at least 3, on the process that's going to be followed.
So I think there's 2 discussion topics for the council at this point. One is there consensus among the council that you would like staff to bring back at the next meeting an agenda item to create an ad hoc for purposes of, you know, assisting with the survey? That's number 1. And then number 2, if you can all recall what the city manager just relayed in terms of what he understood a consensus was in terms of the process, then we would need to get consensus from the council that is the process that a majority of the council wants to pursue.
So let's take it 1, 2 down the line, starting with Councilmember Bowles.
Yes.
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 Okay, number 2, Councilmember Bowles.
I'm sorry, what was two?
The process.
Want me to try to summarize again what I heard? Number 1, appointment of ad hoc committee, works with staff to develop a set of questions, uniform questions for all the committees and commissions, and then maybe some specialized questions sprinkled in there. Those questions get agendized for the committee or commission to discuss at their committee commission meeting, public meeting, and get direction from that entire body in response to those questions.
This is all question 1 that we've all said yes to?
No.
Or this
No.
is 2 different?
No,
This is number
this is
2.
the process.
One is
This
done,
is the
this is
process.
2.
This is the process. Staff liaison takes that decision from the committee commission, incorporates it into a joint study session, staff report, and then second step is that there's a joint study session with that committee or commission with the council to discuss and receive direction from council.
Okay, yes.
When I heard Mary's questions, it made me think of if I were a person sitting on the committee, I'm answering that for myself. And so the idea of having a group discussion where there's a group consensus about the answers doesn't lead me to think everyone's going to feel the exact same way.
Right.
So when you ask the question, do you feel fulfilled? I mean, something along that line. It's hard for me to imagine, especially when you have varying levels of, some people have been on the committee for 18 years, some people it's their first meeting. You know, you're going to have these variances. So what I'm looking for is some kind of way for people to give an individual response, whether it be to, you know, I don't know, to their chair, to staff member, you know, if there's anything they would like to add to that group discussion. I think that's what I'm looking for.
I think what I heard was that they'll be able to do that during the study session.
With us.
Individually, they can answer those questions during the study session, right? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, okay, then yes. Then yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then just want to touch on some of these work items in number 3 that are administrative aspects of the commission committee advisory system. Should we not bite off too much for starters, or, you know, what feeling does council have about some of these?
What I heard you say was it would likely be a better idea to work on this list after we've gone through each committee and commission and establish what their charter is.
Yeah.
So for example, right off the bat, update the handbook. And unless you see one on this list that you think we maybe would do better to tackle sooner than that, I'd be happy to leave the discussion for this list until after all the committees and commissions have been addressed.
Yeah, that's what I would recommend, because after the charters are refocused by the council, then we work on the administrative aspects of the whole advisory system, clean those up, and that's a multi-year, you know, couple years from now kind of goal.
Sounds good.
Does that mean that we won't decide for 2 years whether virtual meetings would be allowed?
That's what I
Well,
was just gonna
that's
say.
maybe the exception. That would be the exception. I would say that if there's an external trigger like state law changes that does allow that, then we'd want to tee that up with each commission and committee and get what their sense is of doing hybrid or virtual, entirely virtual or in-person meetings or whatever.
And I just want to clarify something with the city manager, city attorney on this point. We have committees and commissions. Commissions have adjudicatory responsibility. They can vote on something and make a decision that is appealable to the council. But committees who don't do that are advisory to the council. And so thus, an extension of the council, kind of. Thus, they need to be Brown Act meetings, right? So therefore, we can't just make a decision for, oh, it's okay for beautification to go ahead and meet by Zoom.
Correct. Well, if the committee or the commission is appointed by the council, regardless of their charter, they are a Brown Act body.
Thus, need to follow the law
Yes,
as it
all
currently.
of the procedures for quorum, agenda posting.
Being in person to meet, not.
Correct, correct. And yes,
Okay, got it.
that's correct.
And if I could add something there, so all decisions are callable by the council,
Right.
regardless of the commission or committee in what they're deciding, I'm pretty sure.
Well, yes, if that's the charter of the particular committee. But most committees, my understanding, and I could be wrong, are generally advisory. So that means that they don't really have final decisions. Their final decision is essentially, as you've heard, from some of the speakers, is a recommendation. It's not an action. That is different than our PB&R commission, our planning commission. And that's sort of jurisdictionally, among the state, that's how cities generally distinguish between commissions and committees. Committees can be created without amending the code, are generally advisory. Commissions are embedded in the code, have a charter, and generally can take final action without council input.
One other point about the virtual meetings. So it sounds like they're going to have to meet in person, but the way we're doing it now, if one of us is ill, we could call in, right? So that might be an option if there were Zoom capabilities in the meeting. And then the second point, just to add on before you answer, as Joanne mentioned, there's been a lot more public engagement during COVID where the Zoom option was available. And it would, I don't know if all the rooms have that capability, but that would be something wonderful to offer to the community too, if we could, have a hybrid meeting.
But also, I think there's the issue about PCT filming, so they can't film every single committee and commission meeting. I don't think they have the capacity to do that, but that's my assumption. So.
Right, correct. Kind of one of the drivers about the hybrid meetings is it's limited to city council and planning commission because those are the only ones that are filmed.
Yeah, I think it's okay not to be filmed, but just to give someone an opportunity to watch and listen in.
And to your point about if somebody's sick, they can call in, that is true, but I think it's important that the council understand that it's not just, I'm sick, call in. The exceptions are very small. Okay. There must be just cause for the sickness. So, and it's, vague, and we don't know where that's leading, so that is a small exception that can be used. The general consensus is that with regard to remote participation, cities should be viewing it as if we're going back to teleconferencing that was allowed prior to Zoom era and the pandemic, which is, if you post it in the location, allow for public comment, 72 hours in advance is the posting, then you can teleconference in. But, so.
Maybe that's just a rare exception. If someone's sick, they'd really just be homesick.
Good reason to contact your local state senator or assembly member. Please encourage them toward SB 411 or SB 537.
I have one other thought. When we're thinking about the timeline and about which committee and commissions we'll look at first, should we comment on that tonight, or how should we talk about that?
Well, it's council's prerogative on when or what you, if you want to do, but it would be great to have a sense of phasing tonight, so we have a, work plan and council meetings to plan out for the remainder of the fiscal year.
However, if in the interest of time, since we have an 11:45 adjournment at the moment, we could also bring that back when we bring back the discussion on the ad hoc,
Okay, good idea.
in the interest of time.
Great.
All right.
You got the direction you need?
We don't have a vote yet.
Nope.
So I'm taking that as direction. It'll bring back the phasing discussion when we bring back the ad hoc committee appointment.
Yes, and when we have that discussion specifically, I'd like to ask some questions about the Youth Advisory Board and just get some clarity around that issue when we have that ad hoc discussion.
Yeah, and what I could add quickly, because there's a mention of it in the staff report about the Youth Advisory Board, is that would be the creation of a new commission committee, because the YAB is currently not a council-appointed body. The Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Department appoints them, and I think that would definitely invoke the question about what advisory capacity does the council need from such an advisory body? Because, and Director Palacio, and we can get into this more next time, has a lot of experience about what YAB members want to do versus what councils may want them to do and how that affects recruitment or interest in being on one. There's different models, and so we can get into that more next time.
Very good. Thank you.
Could I also ask just the idea of the Climate and Sustainability Committee, that maybe that's something we can talk about when we talk about the CAP as a possibility?
When we talk about
The climate action.
So would it be beneficial to discuss the potential for formations of new committees, commissions, such as Youth Advisory or CAP, in entirety at the next meeting, or should we take it on a case-by-case basis when we address any given issue?
So I think discussion about a climate advisory committee probably is better in the context of the CAP update process, and discussing that. And for youth advisory, that's also essentially a separate conversation than addressing charters of existing ones. So, might be a separate item.
So maybe we can, if we have ideas, bring them next time and discuss them at that point and where the right placement for them will be as we go along. Yeah? I'm not sure that we have more than the two thoughts at this point in time.
Yeah, sure.
Just want to allow for the general conversation to happen. Want to make sure we're agendizing it the right way so that we can talk freely, Okay. So we're going to close that one out and move on to the mid-year budget review and adoption of resolution to adjust the fiscal year 2022-23 budget. Proposed action, adopt a resolution authorizing the mid-year fiscal year 2022-23 operating capital budget adjustments. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Yulia Karda, Assistant City Manager for the City of Pacifica, and I'll try to be as brief as possible for this review. But I want to make sure I will allow for some questions as we go along. So very brief, today we'll talk about mid-year budget adjustments. I don't know how much of a methodology we will be covering, but we will touch base on the general fund revenues, expenditures, and fund balances, and also discuss other funds as well. So first of all, here's the summary of adjusted changes. In general fund, operating revenues are going up by 3.4 million. That's about 7% of, well, comparing to adopted budget. The expenditures are also up by 1.8, which is about 4% from the adopted budget. And the good news is that we are adding about 1.4 million to the undesignated general fund balance, which is now projecting to be at 7.6 million at mid-year. And in other funds, again, the revenues are up by 3%, 1.2 million. Expenditures are also up by 3.2 million, 6%, but again, most of this are transfers between funds, and we will talk about it later. And the general fund, other funds, fund balances in other funds projected to be 53 million, which is about 2 million less than the adopted budget, but again, it's because of the previously approved item related to the fleet purchase earlier this year. Just a couple of words about the methodology before we go into analysis. Again, the purpose of the mid-year is to analyze the revenues and expenditures, to review assumptions that were made before the budget cycle and make all the necessary adjustments as we go along, because the mid-year budget review translates into development of the new budget. So, as far as methodology concerns, so we used the last year's the last available actual quarter, which is the actual data as of December 2022, as a first step. So we use that actual data to project the revenues and expenditures as the year-end projected data. We also went back to July of the beginning of the year to review all council previously approved amendment that you've done throughout the year, and these amendments are included in attachment 2. Again, we are not going to be talking about those amendments today, but you see them in your attachments, so we actually captured them and incorporated in the budget. And finally, we actually did the analysis of the revenues and the appropriation adjustments, and bringing forward some of the adjustments for your consideration today. And again, very briefly about the methodology itself, all the year-end estimates in operating revenues and expenditures in excess of 5% and 25,000 in each cost center, we consider to be material enough to trigger budget adjustments. So this is a big picture slide that shows you overall adjustments in revenues and expenditures across all funds citywide. So you can see on the left side, revenues are going up by 4.6 million, again, across all funds citywide. That's about 5%. And expenditures are also up by 5 million, the same 5%. And the little table in between, you can see how these adjustments actually break down between the general fund and other funds. And you can see that majority of revenue changes are in general fund, which is a very positive news. And the expenditures are largely in previously approved other funds. Again, as I mentioned, the previously approved vehicle purchase. So again, side-by-side comparison of adopted and revised budget on the revenues. You can see here, we group them in major categories before you. So you can see the property taxes up by about 2%. It's another 270,000, mostly because of the property transfer taxes. The vehicle license fees are showing a very nice $1 million increase, but again, these revenues are one time and represent the VLF backfill obligations for 2021, fiscal year 2021. We had a robust discussion about this during the budget development process, but at that time, it was still uncertain if the state would follow through on the obligations, so we conservatively budgeted only half of it. And now, again, we are reporting good news that we are receiving the $1 million additional revenues, but at the same time, the state also informed us that they're not going to be continuing funding these obligations. Again, the issue is still ongoing because of the strong opposition from all San Mateo County cities. So in fact, there is a Assembly Budget Subcommittee meeting tomorrow. So this issue will be discussed, and again, we will update you throughout the budget development process if there are any developments on this matter. So the sales tax is showing also nice increase, almost 900,000 here, but again, the majority of it is projected revenues for the Measure Y. So we will, as you know, the Measure Y revenues will be effective April 1, so we anticipate another quarter of the year, and you will see some recommendations that we are putting together for the use of these funds as well. But overall, sales tax is projecting an increase almost 8%, so which is also good news. So the cannabis revenues remain on track. TOT are also showing an increase, and again, it's a combination of multiple factors here. First of all, the COVID recovery itself, which is good news, and also increase in nightly rates and additional revenues from the Fairfield Inn and Suites Hotel compared to last year. Charges services also showing about 200,000 increase, mostly because of the building increase in building activities. And other taxes include increase in utility users tax, mostly because of the PG&E significant rates increases that we experienced earlier this year. And they also expected to go up again. UUT, well, the other taxes category, again, it's mostly UUT increase, but slightly offset by decrease in business license taxes. So these are the same line item revenue adjustments. We are not going to describe them here, but you can see kind of detailed breakdown. Now moving on to the general fund expenditures, we grouped them in these 4 categories: salaries and benefits, contract services, material supplies, and transfers out. So you can see the expenditure overall going up by 1.8 million or 4%. From the adopted budget, and this is a combination of several things. So in salaries and benefits, you can see a reduction of 242,000 that is reallocation of budgeted limited term positions to the contract services category. So it's just a transfer of the funds, and this is related to 2 positions, one in finance, senior accountant position, another one is in public works. Again, this category, these funds, unused funds and salaries and benefits are being transferred to contractual services, and you can see the increase in contractual services that account for that. The other reasons for the contractual services increase is well, obviously, previously approved adjustments that are in attachment 2, and also increases in property and liability insurance and additional legal cost. The materials and supply showing 97% increase, additional allocation, which includes 72,000 to cover police department urgent network equipment update, and 25,000 for ongoing software services and for public information requests that was admitted in the budget. And finally, you can see the transfer out of 650,000 here. Again, that's a transfer of Measure Y revenues for the street construction fund. Again, some expenditures in a table format. Some people like charts, some people like tables. And again, we just discussed all the general fund adjustments that they're presented here as well. So I'm not going to read the slide again, but just want to highlight kind of 3 categories of adjustments. One category would be position control changes. Again, we We asked to relocate or transfer unused salaries and benefits section for 2 positions, and we also asking you to remove the limited term designation from the management analyst position in city manager's office that provide critical support for economic development and sustainability programs. So these items do not have immediate fiscal impact for current fiscal year, but we are presenting this here, and we need your direction to approve this, hopefully, so we can carry it over to the base budget for the new budget cycle. So the second category, again, the previously approved amendments, you already approved those. We just kind of repeating again that we captured in the budget. And finally, the adjustments that we are asking you to approve, you already mentioned that 1.3 million in contractual services, 100,000 in material supply, and the transfer of Measure Y revenues for this current fiscal year towards the payment resurfacing CIP project. So just to finish, a conversation about general fund. Let's look at the general fund projected fund balance. And the projected fund balance is circled in the first kind of red circle. You can see 18.5 million. And includes 7.7 million in undesignated balance. You can see it in the second kind of circled item, which represents about 16% of the general fund operating expenditures. So that's very good news because we are adding additional 1.4 million to the undesignated fund balance. And I also want to repeat again that the council previously identified or adopted a policy to commit contingency reserves for 10% of expenditures, as well as identified facility maintenance replacement, compensated absences, childcare reserves, and legal reserves. And you can see that all of those balances remain untouched and unchanged as a revised mid-year budget, well, with the exception, of course, the recalculation of 10% increase, which you can see here. So again, it's positive news, and back to the unassigned fund balance of 7.7 million, it is almost compliant with GFOA recommended minimum guidelines, which is 2 months of operating expenditures, which mathematically it would be 8.1 million, and you can see we're almost there at 7.7. But I also want to highlight if you actually take your assigned reserves in addition to this amount. So altogether, the 7.7 million plus 5.7 that you see above represent about 3 months of operating expenditures. So we're actually meeting these guidelines. So moving on to other funds, again, I think I can probably skip the slide, so you're all very familiar with the type of our funds. We group them in this 5 categories of enterprise, special revenues, capital funds, internal services, and debt service funds. And again, looking at the changes for the mid-year budget, you can see that most of the changes in other funds are due to the transfers between the funds. And you can see it here in special revenue funds. The addition of 650,000 is mostly because of the, well, actually, it is a transfer from general fund to streets construction fund. The other addition for 575 an internal service fund is due to a previously approved transfer from sewer fund to account for fleet replacement related to sewer operations, and there is no changes in that service.
Yulia, I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment. It's 11:42, and we've agreed to extend to 11:45. I do want to hear the rest of your report. I know that I'm not the only one with questions and at least a statement after the other side. So I'm going to suggest we extend the meeting liberally to 12:30 and make a motion accordingly. I'm not suggesting we have to stay till 12:30. I'm giving us the wiggle room. Anyone want a second or make an alternate motion?
12:15.
I will accept the alternate motion. Is that good?
I second the alternate motion.
Okay. Motion and a second, please vote.
Okay, I think I need less than 5 minutes to finish.
Motion
So-
to extend the meeting to 12:15 passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt.
So moving on to status of other funds expenditures, again, the enterprise funds, you can see the increase in the enterprise funds. That's for the same 500,000 towards the fleet, the purchase of in-sewer-related vehicles, and 776 in special revenue category. Again, represents the same transfer or allocation of Measure Y funds that was added to street construction expenditures. And also previously approved the purchase of walk-in freezer in PBNR that you approved previously in the last few meetings. And the biggest increase you can see in the internal service fund, again, related to the fleet approval that you've done earlier this year. So next slide. So that brings us to all fund balances in other funds. And again, if all the changes that we've discussed so far you approve tonight, so these are your projected fund balances. You can see the bottom line about 70.8 million. Again, these are other funds, not including general fund. And more detailed breakdown on the fund balances are presented in attachment number 5 to your report, so you can see how each individual fund balance shakes up at the mid-year budget analysis. And one important item I want to highlight that these are not cash balances. So those balances, especially in sewer enterprise fund and motor pool fund, include actual capital assets. That brings us to the summary page. Again, general fund revenues are up, so are expenditures, but overall it's a very positive report. You can see that on both citywide expenditures and revenues, you're still within the margin of 5%. So again, I'm not going to repeat all of these bullets, and that brings us to recommendation slide. Again, not going to read the whole slide, but you have a resolution in your packet asking you to amend the fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital budget as listed here in the resolution. So that's our recommendation. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and we have Deputy Finance Director Lucy Shea here as well to answer any specific questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here tonight. Council questions. I'm going to save mine toward the end.
I just have a few. Thank you, Yulia. On the contract services, on packet page 355, so sorry, it's not related to your screen, but there was an additional 0.6 million for city attorney services, but it said the increase is partially due to a large one-time unbudgeted settlement agreement. And if I remember correctly, that was 550,000. So we're not adding very much more than what was already approved before, correct?
Yes, that's correct. So that's inclusive of the previously approved settlement, but we had a little bit of cushion in the city attorney's budget, at the budget, but now we just need to amend the budget.
Okay. Let's see. I just want to ask about the grant writing. I know we started that off as a trial basis, right, that we're paying a certain amount a month. Is this new $60,000 a continuation of that, or is it a different agreement?
But that's to continue the the contract with California
Okay,
Consulting.
so that was about 5,000 a month, is that what you were saying before?
That's
that
right, that's
we
what
need-
I'm recalling.
It is 5,000 a month, and again, the reason you see this item before you right now, so we can add it to the base budget.
Right.
But the contract itself will have to return to you for approval.
Okay. And is that true for the 650,000 for the Measure Y also, that will need to come back to us?
For actual allocation of the funds, yes. So the Public Works will take it from here. So right now, by acting on this mid-year adjustment, you're just allocating or earmarking these funds towards streets construction or resurfacing project.
Okay, I think I understand. I'm a little uncomfortable, so we're not approving that money right now, it's just something that.
Well, you're
because
approving
it's-
the transfer from general fund to the street construction fund. So you're allocating these funds towards the streets project. The specific resurfacing, the specific streets will be defined later.
Okay. I have a little problem, or a little hesitation about that, I should say, not a problem, because the project isn't defined, right? And we're going to go through our budget process, and there might be other needs that, I don't know, like the planning department needs a GIS system. I mean, it would be nice to review everything together before saying, I mean, I know we have money in for streets in our budget every year, right? But anyway, I'd rather see the whole picture before making that,
Well, keep in mind that the item before you today is related to fiscal year 22-23 budget. So that's what we're asking you to approve. So if you want to allocate these funds towards streets project, and then you decide during the development of a new budget that you have other needs or priorities as defined by your strategic planning retreat, then you can make these adjustments accordingly for the new fund budget. So we're only talking about current fiscal year right now.
Okay.
If I could jump in on this, because I think the council is going to want to discuss this topic. If the council is not, if there's not majority support to apply that money towards additional street paving project, then my recommendation would be that you defer that, and that is discussed during budget development. Each year, for many years, I think since I've been here, we've really worked to apply more funding to streets projects, and it's a key message that we made during the Measure Y in maintaining our streets campaign, but information about it. But if there's a sense that a majority of the council is not interested in doing that and wants to apply it to some other project or wants to discuss it in the context of the entire budget, I would say defer that decision until budget development.
I mean,
But
I'm all for
the benefit and the reason why it's being recommended here now is so that Public Works can get a jump start on scoping and bidding out the streets project so that that can happen sooner than later.
But this is only a small portion of the streets budget, right? 600,000, we typically
Right,
spend.
so this is extra money that is can be more flexibly used for a streets project, for example, and I would have Director Peterson comment about the idea, and from our PCI reporting, we have our street maintenance program that's funded by different, allocated measures. This money could be used to do some streets that are not part of the specific annual maintenance. And Director Peterson, if the council is interested in diving into this now or deferring for just when you get the discussion.
I don't know how you all feel. I don't necessarily need all the information. I'm just a little hesitant because there might be other needs, and to make this decision outside of the whole budget process is more my concern.
You're stealing my thunder a little bit because I was going to make I don't know if impassioned at this hour is a plea I can make, but I was going to make a big pitch for a different way to use the funds. I'd still like to explore that for a couple moments, but it sounds like even if council winds up being in agreement with what my suggestion will, on the other side of public comment, wind up being, the answer is ultimately going to be to defer deciding on that chunk of cash flow to the budget development. So either way, I'm conceptually in alignment with you, even though I have specific ideas how I'd like to see it done, but I haven't discussed that with any council members at all, so.
Okay. I forgot about public comment.
Before Director Peterson comments, can I just remind everyone that our pavement condition index is the lowest in the 101 city, 9-county Bay Area, and let's just keep that in mind, and it was a major bullet point on Measure Y. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Peterson, Director of Public Works. So, so the thought on this, of course, was, we did talk about this with Measure Y, and as council may remember, during our 5-year street maintenance plan, we specifically left off some areas. So we specifically left off Pedro Point, Rockaway Beach, Valleymar, and a lot of the East Sharp Park areas. So the thought was to try to take some of these funds and put it into some of the collector streets in those areas to actually try to address some streets as we could within those areas because they were left off of the 5-year plan. But of course, ultimately, that was where our scoping thoughts were going, but it would be certainly up to council on how you would like to spend those funds and if you want to spend those towards payments.
And those particular areas that you mentioned are all areas that need like more substantial work, like rebuilding the roads, right? Which $650,000 isn't necessarily going to go a long way towards.
Well, so what we're looking at are the collector streets within those areas, so trying to look at the main streets, and we think that some of those are not complete reconstructs. What you're thinking about in a lot of those areas are the residential streets, which many of them are complete reconstructs, but we do believe that there are collector, which are the major routes into those neighborhoods that we could do some work on those streets.
Anyone else have any questions? No questions. And ultimately, my question leading into public comment was, can we choose to reallocate that elsewhere if we so chose? And the answer I heard was yes. And I am keeping the words of Councilmember Beckmeyer in mind as I, on the other side of public comment, will make a pitch. I took the, so going into public comment, and I don't usually do it this way, but I had a very good conversation with our friend Chris Redfield, who I suspected might be here tonight, because I've been having a lot of discussions around the Anza Arguello neighborhood lately, and knowing that someone who had previously lived there would likely be here tonight, I discussed with him prior. I don't see any other cards, and Emily, is no one on the line? So I asked if he might relate some of our conversation during public comment, which he's generously filled out a card. And specifically, I was asking after his experience dealing with SSOs in that neighborhood. And I'm still doing research to see, what our data suggests. But in the meantime, having had that discussion, I thought it was helpful for me in what I am going to suggest to our council tonight. If he's still willing to speak on the topic, I would certainly love just to hear what his lived experience is in that neighborhood. And if he doesn't want to, that's fine too. And if anyone else wishes to speak, you have the opportunity.
Good evening, staff, council. Yes, I lived at 515 Arguello for a little over a decade. And in that time frame, had no experiences of any flooding, of any kind. Of course, we're experiencing long-time droughts in that area. We did have some curb height water, nothing excessive, until the wintertime of 13 and 14, where we flooded immensely. It was incredible, to the point where my daughter was woken up at 2 in the morning to go out and talk to our neighbors and start knocking on doors and waking people up to tell them to move their cars quickly. Experienced neighbors in the neighborhood had experienced that before with San Pedro Creek flooding. This was no longer the issue. This is pure storm water. To the point where in that same time frame, my daughter's car actually floated up into the front yard. We had a loss that kind of kick-started my experiences with the city And I think I've been working hard ever since on that. So I believe Lindemar is, obviously when Carollo did, we had an initial study for storm back in 2012, storm master plan, and then it was redone by Carollo, and it was finalized in December 22. And it again recommended in their priorities, Lindemar as being a specific high priority for things going on. And SSOs definitely did occur in that area, and it's mixed, it's blended. It's not pure sewage as a traditional SSO is. And I was grateful for the city. It did take some prodding back in those times to have them come out and clean the streets. It is a neighborhood. There's kids, there's bikes, there's all kinds of good stuff. And the flooding was incredible at that time. So they were very good in coming out and cleaning up the streets. But this can't continue, and this is a priority. And that money could be highly allocated. And if I could read from Carollo's, their final 22 thing, is recommended that the city commence some level of design for the recommended projects, as this is viewed as more favorable by the state and federal government for grant funding. Without a design, you're going in and say, can I please have money for XYZ? And without a design in hand to actually show them, they're going to look and say, have a nice day. So this money could easily be reallocated for a specific design of this. And I know I believe it was the #1 priority. I believe Manor was the other #2 in the priority list from Carollo. It's gone on for quite some time. It's kind of been a chronic issue, initially from San Pedro. Now it's from storm drain. And we can't stop the rain, but we can mitigate it. And this is a huge step to mitigate it. And I just think it'd be great to allocate that money if we can get a design going for Lindemar.
Thank you, Mr. Redfield.
It's key.
Thank you very much. I see no one else in the audience. No one's on the phone. I'll close public comment, and I'm going to follow on to that, and I'll be brief about it. Certainly, I ran on the premise of improving our pavement condition index, and every day that I drive up Alicante on my way home, let alone my own street, I get to experience what that money could probably accomplish for the street. And my fellow council people are living on streets that are non-existent. So it's not lost on me that that money we said would go to streets, and largely should. In this particular instance, a very distinct impression was made in my mind as I visited the aftermath of the New Year's Eve overflow. And that, coupled with the fact that the child of one of my longtime customers I've been watching grow up since she was born. So in large measure, I will fully admit that this is a biased plea. But that being said, there are more children there than the one I personally watched grow up. And the idea of them playing in any more of what I saw than is necessary. What I keep hearing is shovel-ready projects are the ones that get the grant funding. What I understand is that there's a $6 million storm drain infrastructure project that maybe could substantially solve it, if not outright. And if we have the opportunity to get the study on that going sooner than later, I want them to not have to deal with that. And it seems like it's kind of a triage situation from my perspective in that neighborhood in this way as a matter of health and safety. And so I'm asking if we could maybe earmark that extra $650,000 for that purpose. The point being well taken that maybe it bears a more robust discussion. So I've said my piece.
I just want to agree that I think that's a high priority, and sewage overflows are safety issues, obviously. My only concern about this and the road is that we don't really have staff analysis. We don't really have a project. I don't know what the design fees are. Is it $2 million? In which case we'd have to come up with another $1.5 million. Like it seems like we're going to do our budget discussion soon, right? I mean, it's nice to know we have some extra money and we can start to tackle these projects. And I agree, I mean, both of those are high priority for our city. But I feel like I don't have enough money to, or enough information to approve $650,000 for that project, not knowing what that project is right now.
So maybe we can pass the presentation, leaving the 650 out.
So if I may suggest then, if you're not comfortable doing a transfer of Measure Y funds from general fund, so we'll just leave the Measure Y funds in general fund, and you'll revisit this during the capital budget discussion. So we can, if in your motion, if you capture this, so with the exception of the transfer of Measure Y funds, that will give me enough direction to just make a change in the resolution.
Thank you. We've heard from 3. Do the either want to speak on this or any other aspect of the mid-year budget? If not, we can have a motion.
Mayor Bigstick, are in calling for the motion, are you asking for a motion specific about the 650 or for the recommendations? Because we may need to change and note some changes in the resolutions.
Right.
If that 650 funding isn't going to be allocated to the streets fund.
And if I could make a suggestion, if we could get just not a formal motion yet, but just a consensus of the council that there's a majority of the council that would like to defer on making a decision on the $650,000. And if so, then, I'm sure staff can then come up with because I've been trying to figure this out and I have a question for the assistant city manager. What exactly we have to change in the resolution. So if there's a consensus, we can start working on what needs to be changed in the resolution while you're making the resolution, and then we can, fill in if that's where the council's going.
Okay. Call for the consensus. Councilmember Bowles.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
It's a yes for me.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes. But I do have a question. So we defer this money, and then what? What happens then?
So, we have a lot of infrastructure needs, and during budget development this year, we're going to be talking about storm and streets and, wastewater enterprise fund, et cetera, a lot of infrastructure needs. And so all the council is doing regarding this 650 is saying, let's talk about that in our budget development instead of sort of earmarking it now. And so we can't, take the next steps related to special streets paving projects at this point in time. We just have to wait to do that, depending on the budget discussions. One maybe simple idea I'll just throw out, and Ms. Carter, tell me if this makes sense, and we wouldn't have to change too much in the resolutions, is that 650K could be transferred to our capital projects fund and not the streets fund. So in that case, council would be saying that, well, that Measure Y, first quarter Measure Y money is going to go to a capital project to be determined what it is in the future. Streets or storm.
So either.
It would still require a slight change. I'm looking at the resolution right now, so the table in the resolution will still change. So instead of street construction fund, the transfer will appear in Fund 22 Capital Fund. But the overall numbers will stay the same, so it might be easier. Or you can again, we can adjust the numbers based on the, not moving the Measure Y funds. So
Yes,
it will
so-
stay in the general fund.
So, Ms. Carter, can you, because I need to be very clear on this and I'm confused. So can we talk specifically about what needs to be changed in the chart? So we would be eliminating on go to the attachment, we need to put into the record exactly what you're recommending the council would be amending in this current resolution before them.
If you look at the resolution table on the page 2.
What's the packet page?
I'm looking at.
Is it packet page 361?
Yes, it's 361, yes.
Okay.
So if you look at this table, so the appropriation adjustment, the number 1.8 million will be reduced by 650 because we are not moving the Measure Y funds anymore. Then line for street construction fund will go away completely. So you see 650 in one area and 650 in another area in revenues and appropriation adjustments. And once we eliminate this line, the numbers will change all along, as you can see.
But we need to put into the record where the changes are. So every line that is changed, you need to highlight orally so that it is in the record so that they know exactly what the motion is that they're making.
Well, can I ask a easy question? Can the motion include something to the extent not to transfer Measure Y funds? And then we will recalculate this table accordingly.
It can say whatever you want it to say. We just need to be clear on what it is we want it to say.
Well, and that would be my suggestion, if that is acceptable, to leave so adopt the mid-year adjustments with the exception of the transfer of Measure Y funds to the street construction funds. And that will leave them back in the general fund. We still recognize these revenues, we just don't move them. No?
No, it doesn't.
Excuse me, so basically the resolution for special revenue, that's 650,000. For revenue, we don't have it, and for expenditure, for appropriation adjustments, we don't have it. So basically that is like a blank.
Right, and so those are the only changes that we'll be making to the chart.
Yeah.
That answers my question.
Yes.
So there's just two changes that we're going to be making.
But the numbers will change. I thought your question was to state all the new numbers that will be in this resolution.
And if you know the numbers, that would be great to state it, but if you don't, what is really important is on line 01, that number will be reduced by 650. On line 09, that $650,000 will be deleted. Are there any other lines on here where the numbers will be changed? How about total all
The
funds?
totals will change, yes.
Okay, so totals all change will also change. Any other?
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
The totals will change. Yeah.
And then, okay, that's fine. So the motion would be to adopt the resolution as amended by staff.
So moved.
And second.
Any further discussion? Please vote.
The motion as amended by staff passes unanimously.
Thank you very much for putting this together.
Thank you.
And we are adjourned.